Perfect. All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District's Town Hall meeting. My name is Mike McNutt, and I'm the Public Affairs and Communications Manager, and I will be your host for tonight. I want to thank all of you for taking your time to spend with us tonight and to learn and better understand the unprecedented water shortage situation that we are in and how we will all work to address it together. We have over 1,800 registrants this evening, including residents, elected officials, business owners, the media, and concerned citizens. And at the time of this Zoom right now, more are still joining on. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our panelists here from the district that will be available to answer questions for you this evening. First, it's Dave Peterson, our General Manager, John Zhao, our Director of Facilities and Operations, Joe McDermott, who's the Director of Engineering and External Affairs, Don Patterson, Director of Finance and Administration, Ursula Bosson, who's our Customer Service Manager, Dave Roberts, who is our Resource Conservation Manager, and Craig Jones, one of our management analyst twos. Now, this meeting is meant to be a platform to exchange information and concerns about water supply shortages, conservation measures, how we need to reduce water consumption district-wide, expectations, individual responsibilities, what's next, and how do we get through this working together. It's worth noting that we are all connected by one water, especially here in Southern California. Our water comes from over 400 miles away to get to us, and it serves a population of 6.6 million people, either almost completely or as a portion of their water supply. We all depend upon this resource for almost everything that we do: cooking, cleaning, bathing, irrigating, drinking, recreation, and even making products that we use every day. It's a shared resource that's becoming more and more scarce. What one person does impacts another, which is why it is critical that we collectively do this together, and that everyone do the best that they can. We know that this requires a lot of sacrifice. We know that this is not going to be pleasant. We know that lawns will turn brown. We know that this isn't what anyone wants. We know that this is creating anxiety and frustration. We know that this isn't going to be easy. But what we do know is that in order for us to be successful, each one of us has the responsibility to reduce water usage, and we all must do our part to help your neighbor, your community, and all Southern Californians. This is the agenda for us this evening, and I'm going to go ahead and click on that real quick for everybody. Here. Yes. We're going to be going through, everyone already knows our panelists here. Dave Peterson, our General Manager, is going to go through and talk about water supply and drought conditions. The current response measures are what's happening with Metropolitan Water District and the Water Conservation Program, strategies to mitigate impacts, and then most importantly, about 6:30-ish, we're going to get to questions and answers. With that, Dave, I'd like to go ahead and turn this over to you to maybe introduce yourself and welcome everyone, and to move on to give this important talk about what's going on and how we can better serve the community.
Thank you, Mike, and good evening to you all. As Mike said, I'm going to explain the drought emergency conditions that we're collectively facing. I'll talk a little bit about the impacts that we're experiencing here locally, and then the measures that we need to take to get through it. I'm going to try to do that as quickly as possible. We have prepared slides, but the most important part of this meeting is to get to the questions and answers and hear from all of you. I do want to say I'm really thankful to see such a high level of engagement on this webinar. You know, I see we have over 1,000 people on right now, and I'm thankful for that because we can't manage this emergency without your help. We need to do it together. And I also want to say that I recognize our role in managing the water district as a service provider for our cities, our 4 local cities, our county unincorporated area, and for each of you as residents. And I certainly feel the weight of responsibility for that role. We are truly, as Mike said, facing an unprecedented emergency. We're in uncharted territory, and the decisions and the choices that we make today, tomorrow, and the next day, they have real impacts for how we fare later this year, and specifically in terms of the possibility of an altogether ban on outdoor watering. And that's really serious, and that's something that we want to prevent. So let me start by giving some highlights about the statewide drought and where we are and how we got here. So we're in the 3rd year of drought. This drought is on the heels of a historic drought that was 2012 to 2016. The chart you see here shows California, and it shows the portions of California that are in different categories of drought. What I'll note is that 95% of California right now is either in severe or extreme drought, and that's the red and orange areas. We've also seen the driest 3-month stretch in history, January, February, and March, which is the time when most of our water falls in the form of rain and snow in California happens, and it didn't happen this year. We had the driest 3-year period. So we're seeing below average snowpack, higher temperatures, and the big kicker is that we are not seeing snow melt, result in runoff that replenishes our reservoirs. Next slide. So to understand California water, you really have to start with where do we get our water and what are the major sources. This map shows our challenge in California water, and that is that most of the state's people, 2/3, live in the southern part of the state, and 2/3 of our water in the state falls in the north. And so we have to move water long distances to reach our community. Our region, which is, if you just back up for a sec, Mike, is marked by that star there. We get almost all of our water from the State Water Project, and that's shown in red. Through the California Aqueduct. It comes 400 miles. That is one of the major sources of water for Southern California. The other major source is the Colorado River Aqueduct, and that's shown in green coming from the east to the west. We are challenged here in that we don't have local drinking water, and so we depend almost entirely on imported water for our drinking needs, and most of it is sourced from the State Water Project, which is the source that's most severely impacted right now. So here, what you see is a chart. We call this the 8-station index. It measures the amount of precipitation in the Northern Sierra, which is most important for our water supply through the State Water Project and to our area. What you'll see is the lowest trend line there. It depicts 1976 and 1977. Generally, we call that the drought of record. It was the most severe drought that we experienced and the drought that we generally plan in the future for. What you'll see above that is 2021, 2019, and 2020, and then where we currently are. So you'll see our 3 dry years, all of which are well below average. When you put that together and the fact that those 3 years being below average, it actually is more severe than the shorter drought of 1976 and 1977. Next slide, Mike. So as water agencies, we plan for drought, and this is part of our job. We have what we call a water shortage contingency plan, and actually the chart on the left sort of is a graphical depiction of that plan. And the plan works in stages, and as conditions worsen, we escalate from stage to stage. We've actually been triggering that plan and activating it for a year now, going back to June 15th of 2021, where our board declared a stage 1 water shortage alert. and we began messaging about drought. Now, since that time, a whole series of actions have occurred, including our governor taking action, escalating to a stage 3, and then most recently, in November of last year, our board declared a local drought emergency and escalated us to stage 3, which is where we are now on the chart. You'll see the arrow there. There is one more stage above this, stage 4, and that's a critical water shortage emergency and where there is no outdoor irrigation. And that's exactly what we're trying to prevent right now. Next slide. So some of the more recent actions, we have modified a whole variety of our water use policies and budgets in order to conserve water. The State Water Project and California Department of Water Resources, each year, they announce what they call an allocation from the State Water Project, and that's the amount of water that they agree to deliver, the percentage of total contract amounts. It was at 15%, which was quite low, and it was lowered in March to 5%. So that's one of the key actions that has really triggered the severity of the situation that we face. And for reference, we have not had a 5% allocation aside from last year. So in our last 3 years, we had a 20% allocation, 5%, and 5%. When you put together those 3 years, that is the worst and lowest 3-year period in the history of the State Water Project. And then most recently, on April 26th, the Metropolitan Water District Board declared an emergency condition, and they implemented an emergency water conservation program. And we'll talk more about that, but essentially a key part of that is 1 day a week watering. So what does it all mean for us here locally? And you know, when you look at different regions of the state, their water profile and where they use water is different. In our area, most of our water is used outdoors. So our water usage is roughly split 70% for outdoor use and 30% for indoor use. And the diagram there that shows the house, you can see how much different things use. Laundry, for example, 21%. But the important point here is the place to save water is outdoors. That is where the greatest savings can be achieved. And also that allows you to preserve the water inside that is generally connected with health and safety. So in terms of some resources, they were shown there, but let's just stay on this slide, Mike. So one of the key things, aside from each of you as individuals, probably the most important thing that you can do to control your water use is to find your irrigation controller. And almost every home has one of these, and they're normally hidden away in the garage. And a lot of times I find that people aren't even aware that they have this. There's 2 types shown here. There's a newer one on the top, which is a what's called the Ratio irrigation controller. And then there's an older model shown below. The controller controls how frequently your sprinklers run. And that's where most of your water is used. So what we have here is laid out steps on how to adjust your irrigation and to ratchet back that usage of water. So what we're recommending, find the controller, replace the battery. They have batteries generally as backup. You don't want that battery to be dead because it defaults to watering every day usually. Make sure your date and time is set. Disable the current watering schedule, and then set a run time for Tuesday or Thursday watering, depending on your street address. We'll talk about that in a minute, but generally even addresses on Tuesday, odd numbered on Thursday. And then have each station water no more than 8 minutes is what we're asking for. If you have a Ratio controller, which is a program that we implemented, it has a feature called a fixed schedule. and that allows for 1-day watering 8 minutes max. And you'll want to disable what's called the flex daily or flex monthly setting. So in terms of current mandatory sort of water use practices or wasteful water use restrictions, they're shown here. There's 7 of them. I just want to highlight a couple that are most commonly an issue. In the top right, irrigation may not result in excess runoff. This is the one that I think we see most frequently, where you have a sprinkler that's misdirected or even broken. It's spraying water onto concrete or the driveway, and then you have these small urban rivers that are flowing down the gutter, and sometimes for blocks at a time. That is the kind of thing we're trying to stop and prevent, and it's really just wasting water. The other one, top left, no irrigation between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. And what we're trying to do is prevent irrigation during the hottest part of the day. And then right below that, avoid washing down sidewalks or driveways with water. If you can use a broom, that's much better. So in terms of enforcement, as part of this, enforcement is a necessary thing. And I know nobody is fond of enforcement, and I'll just say that we are not fond of it either. We don't like to be in the business of enforcement, but this is a necessary part of what we do, and in order to ensure that we save the water that we need to. So our approach is to always begin with a warning, and we're hopeful that that's all that's needed. And so when we are out and looking in the community, we find runoff from the property, like in this case, which is shown here with a door tag. You see runoff, and also maybe irrigating during the middle of the day when it's hot. We make note of that. We'll hang that on the door. We will also generally send a letter with that. If we see that continuing, then we do have an escalating fine system, and it does go from warning to $100, $200, and then eventually to $500 for repeat instances. The other part of our enforcement that we have is we have a budget-based system that we bill for water. Each customer and property has an individual budget based on its configuration and size. And if that customer uses more than 150% of the budget, that account may be applied wasteful water use penalties. And if that continues for a period of time, could be eligible for the installation of a flow restriction device. So a bit more about this water budget exceedances. Again, it begins always with a warning. So the first time you exceed a budget by 150% or more, you would get a warning, and you would get a note about what the penalty amount would have been if the warning, if it had been a second penalty. So in the second time that happens, there is a penalty charge of $2.50 for each unit of water over that 150% budget. The third time it increases to $5 per unit. And then also the account then would be potentially subject to the installation of a flow restrictor. The fourth time, $7.50 per unit, and then the fifth time and future times up to $10 per unit of water. We're actually not currently installing flow restrictors and triggering that until the fourth instance. So that would be 4 times exceeding a water budget by 1.5 times. The flow restrictor, in short, is sort of a round plate with a small hole in it. It's placed at the water meter, and it limits the amount of water that passes through so that it supports your needs inside your house, but not for irrigating outside. So a lot of you have asked about enforcement and how many of these exceedances, how many notices have we sent? So we put the numbers up as of current. Second exceedance notices, we've actually issued 4,622. So that's about 22% of our customers. That's quite a bit. Fourth exceedances, though, you'll see the drop off, 948. So what we're seeing is with those exceedance notices, people are responding. You've got there on the right a picture of sort of an example of water wasting where we have a sprinkler that's spraying out onto the street. In terms of wasteful water use fines, only 4. So generally what we're seeing if we send the warning or the notice that people correct it and actually don't have a follow-up with the fine. And then in terms of flow restriction devices, we have not as of yet implemented or used any for this purpose, but we have sent a batch of notices, and we do anticipate that that would begin before the end of this month. So the Metropolitan Program, I mentioned earlier, we'd come back to this. It was adopted on April 26th by the Metropolitan Board. There are 2 ways to comply with it, and this is a requirement of us as a member agency of Metropolitan. This is not a choice. So we are required to implement one of 2 options or pathways. The one that we are recommending is 1 day a week watering, and that allows for us to have essentially the indoor needs for all of our customers, plus the water that's needed for 1 day a week irrigation for 8 minutes. The second option or pathway that they offered is what's called a volumetric limit. And this provides 81 gallons per person per day for indoor and outdoor needs. Now, from a management standpoint, it sounds like the volumetric approach might be preferable. And in some ways, it allows you to manage your water how you like. The problem is the 81 gallons per person per day is just completely too low for us to make it work. And I'll kind of show how that. So just to give you some perspective, right now, on average, our customers use 205 gallons per day per person. So we would have to go from 205 GPCD to 81. So when we analyze these 2 options, the 1 day a week option, believe it or not, actually provides us with 74% more water for irrigation needs than the volumetric limits. And so we've got the numbers below: 13.3 million gallons per week for the volumetric approach and 23.1 million gallons per week for the 1 day a week watering approach. And the reason for that really is the approach, the volumetric approach, is allocating water based on population. And our region is not densely populated. We're pretty sparsely populated, and we have a large land area. That is in contrast to Los Angeles, which is in the metropolitan part of LA, very densely populated. Next slide. So new measures proposed. What we are recommending is 1 day per week watering, and that would begin on June 1st, and that would be pending our board's approval and will be considered next week at their board meeting on May 17th. The proposal would involve Tuesdays watering for even numbered addresses and Thursdays odd numbered addresses. Now with that comes part of the governor's executive order. In the governor's executive order, there was a requirement that there is no irrigation of what is called non-functional turf on commercial, industrial, and institutional properties. And that is using potable water, not applying to recycled water. I can explain more later what non-functional turf is, but essentially it's turf that is only walked on when it's mowed. And then finally, for the water district, we have to make changes as well. And we will be, when we're flushing hydrants, also when we're performing fire flow tests, we will be capturing and reusing the water when we do that. So exemptions, and this is really important. And we've had a lot of questions about exemptions. Drip irrigation is exempt. And so if you have a drip irrigation system or you install one, it would not be subject to the 1 day a week watering. And the rationale is that a drip system doesn't work that way. It needs to water it over a longer period. The other exemption is hand watering. And hand watering is any watering that you do with a bucket, with a watering can, or using a hose with an automatic shutoff nozzle. Third, recycle water. So any of the purple pipe irrigation water is exempt from the watering day restriction. We're recommending that topping off of swimming pools be allowed to continue because it's important to protect the integrity of the pool. Maintaining solar panels, also tennis courts, and that would be tennis courts when you're using a water efficient broom to clean the tennis court, dust control for corrals, and then also washing and watering of animals. So the strategies to mitigate the impacts, and there's no doubt there are impacts. And so what we have is a variety of ideas and proposals. Number one, using compost, and compost can help to retain soil moisture, and we give it away for free at our Rancho facility, which is in the Las Virgenes Canyon, and you can come and pick up compost. Hand watering of trees and perennials. The idea is that we want to protect our tree canopy and we don't want to see our trees die. And so we are recommending to hand water the trees and the perennials. If you're able to install a drip irrigation system, there are systems that are simple and easy to install, and that will go a long ways. We are also working on getting recycled water to areas of the community where we can't currently get it through the Purple Pipe network. And we are and will be working with each city to look at how we can help you to get recycled water to places that are of high importance to you. Also, we have a fill station at our Rancho composting facility, and the fill station for free, you can come with a container of 300 gallons or less, and you can fill with recycled water for free. The supplies of recycled water actually currently are available, but we do have a time in the middle of summer when we do begin to run short on recycled water, and so we'll need to keep an eye on that. But as of right now, we have recycled water available, and we're encouraging it to be used. Make sure your sprinklers are adjusted and functioning properly. Think about letting your lawn go brown. And the idea here is that water perhaps can be better used for your trees and also for vegetated slopes where you might have erosion. If you have a pool, it's great if you can cover it because there's quite a bit of evaporation loss from a pool. And then we're recommending to hold off on new landscaping for now. We like the idea of converting to natives, California natives, but even new plantings, they do require water, so we're recommending to hold off for the immediate near term. So HOA provisions, we have many HOAs in our region, and there are a couple important state laws that pertain to HOAs and what they can and cannot do with regard to their homeowners. So an HOA, most importantly, cannot fine or assess a homeowner for reducing or eliminating the watering of vegetation or lawns during a state or locally declared drought emergency, and we have that condition. So homeowners have protection from that, and that's under Civil Code Section 4735. Also, an HOA cannot enforce guidelines for architectural or landscaping that prohibit complying with local water efficient landscaping ordinances. And also an HOA can't require that a homeowner pressure wash their home, their vehicles, or concrete during a declared state of emergency. So the bottom line and sort of the summary here is that we're experiencing a local, regional, and even a state declared water emergency. We're especially impacted here because we're nearly 100% dependent on imported water supplies for our drinking. Our water conservation, unfortunately, is falling short of targets. And we are seeing savings. We did see that in January and February, but they're not at the level that we need. And further, in March, what we saw is an uptick in water demand. Now, a lot of that was due to higher temperatures in March, but nonetheless, we are using more water than we did in 2020, which is sort of the comparison year. The district needs to implement enforcement of outdoor watering restrictions. We have already, through our water budget system, reduced those budgets by 50%. We're recommending to our board to adopt a 1 day a week watering restriction. That would begin on June 1st, and that would comply with Metropolitan's Emergency Water Conservation Program. And I'll just say that the watering restrictions that we're facing and proposing as we enter the hottest part of the year in the summer are unprecedented. And yet the lack of our response, it could result in more severe consequences. And that's up to and including a complete and altogether ban on outdoor watering. And based on projections by Metropolitan, that could happen as early as September 1st. Our goal is really to forestall that and to prevent it. The other thing is drought. We're still in drought, and this drought could continue into next year. And so we need to prepare for that possibility that we could have not a 3-year drought, but a 4-year drought or even longer. And last, I'll just say that we're all in this together, and we really need everybody's help to respond. So to that end, we do have an anonymous reporting for Stop the Waste. There's an email address and also our phone number here. If you do see waste, and I know many of you see it and it frustrates you, you can send this to us anonymously. If you just send a picture, we can actually use the picture and we can figure out where the location is and we can let that person know. And then last slide, we do have a variety of resources available that can help you. On our website, we have a special spot for drought response, lvmwd.com/drought response. If all of our customers are eligible to register for what we call the Water Smart portal, where you can actually monitor your water usage on your smartphone. And then for your water budget and for appeals of penalties, there's a web link there that you can access. And we are available by phone, and that is the phone number. And I'll just say we are experiencing a really high volume of calls. We're doing our very, very best to get to each of you, but I just ask that you please be patient. So that is all of the prepared material. I'll turn it over to you, Mike, and this is the time where we want to hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. That was a tremendous summary. I appreciate you going through that. I think that hopefully everybody received a bunch of that information and has a much better understanding on what's going on. So thank you for that. I want to let everyone know that, of course, that this meeting is being recorded and we will be posting it to our website in the coming days. I see that we have been having the Q&A section used quite frequently as Dave was doing his presentation, and I encourage everybody to continue to do that. We have some of our representatives that are feverishly trying to answer these questions in real time, but we will definitely be capturing them and answering them and then posting them on our website again in the coming days. At this point in time, I'd like to talk about how we're going to facilitate our Q&A section. So in order to best accommodate as many people as possible, we're going to go ahead and limit the question or a comment to 2 minutes. We do have a timer to be as fair as possible and to be conscious of everybody's time. We do ask that you use the raise hand option on your computer. I did see a few people doing that. Or your smartphone, whatever you're watching this on. I will call on you in the order of how and when your hand was raised. That's just how Zoom does it. I do ask that everyone wait to raise their hands right now until after I call on our elected officials to make a comment or ask a question. If you are an elected official, please go ahead and raise your hand now. And if you're not, please don't raise your hand. And then I will let you know when you can raise your hand. Again, I will call you in the order that you are received. But I do want to take a minute because I'm not mistaken. I think I have a couple of questions that I may have gotten from some people that sent in some questions from earlier. And let's see if I can find that real quick and I can kind of read some of these off for everybody. Some of these questions were sent in prior to us getting on this call, and see if I can find it real quick here. So I don't know if I can. I'll tell you what, because I can't pull them up right now, we'll just kind of move forward, and I will I'll get back to them here in a second. But we do ask that the questions and comments focus on the drought, any kind of conservation requirements, water concerns and restrictions. If your questions have already been asked by another person, we do ask you to be considerate and allow another person with a different question to allow them to ask that and to help save everyone's time. Everyone is welcome to participate, and we'll keep going, but we'll need to end the meeting at some point, and we will play that by ear. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start by asking some questions, and then I will find some questions that have been sent in, and I will go ahead and ask them accordingly. So let's see here. So I'm going to go here to my, I'm going to go over to my panel here. Okay, here we go. All right. So let's see here. I'm looking to see if I can't find. I see that we still have a lot of individuals that are not elected officials that have their hands raised, but I see here that I have Mayor Maurer from Calabasas, and I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, Mayor Maurer, and if you can go ahead, please say hello and ask a question or have a comment, please.
Thank you. So I'm Mary Sue Maurer, the Mayor of Calabasas, and I want to thank Dave, Mike, and all your staff for the tremendous work you're doing to address this crisis. I have one request and one question. My request is, I think it would be helpful for people to understand that we live in a Mediterranean ecosystem, and water is not a natural flowing product here. And so we need to kind of rethink these lush green lawns and perennials and focus on what the natural environment would be in a Mediterranean ecosystem. And then secondly, Dave, you touched on our failure these past few months to reduce. In fact, we've increased. And I don't know if you have the information right now, but how is Calabasas and the other cities or the district on a whole, how are we trending since the March 2020 first emergency announcement? Have you seen kind of an up and down in usage, or how is it trending? Thank you very much.
Thanks. Good question. So I did get that question right before the meeting, and so I was able to get some preliminary numbers. What we've seen from 2020 to 2021 is we did see a slight decline in water usage, but it wasn't a real big decline. It was about a little close to 1.5%. Now, I will say what we have seen is a pretty significant decline in water use following the last drought from 2012 to 2016. And so we have seen water usage overall decline over the longer term. I mentioned at the beginning of this year, January and February, we saw probably single-digit reductions. We were really looking for something more in the 15 to 20% range, and so we weren't getting it. And then, of course, in March, we did see an uptick in water demand, and it was primarily because it was very hot and dry in March. And we'll get back to you on how the city is doing and have numbers for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, very good. See that we also have Councilman Council Member Alicia Weintraub. I'm going to go ahead and go. I think that you can unmute yourself, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for doing this. I'm going through all of the Q&A and there's still so many questions about fire risk. I was just wondering if, maybe there's some additional information that we could put out to the communities about people who are worried about their hillsides and being prone to wildfires with decreases in water. It just seems to be such a huge topic and a concern to our community post-Woolsey. I was just wondering if we could provide some additional information to our residents on that, because some people might not be seeing all of the answers in the Q&A.
Yeah, Dave, do you want to handle that one?
I think we're going to have John
Okay.
field that question, and perhaps right before you do, John, if you are an elected official and want to ask a question, if you could just put the letter E at the beginning of your name, that will help us to kind of scroll down and find you.
Yeah, this is John. I'm the director of the facility and operations. We recognized the fire danger in our service area from the very beginning of this drought, and we've been having a conversation with Metropolitan, and in terms of Metropolitans having a conversation with the state of California to assess how much water we need, and we call that fire safety water, to keep this area, as far as the landscape is concerned, from dying, so that we can as safe as we can be through the fire season. So I have a meeting with Metropolitan tomorrow, and we're going to be working with City of LA, Callegas, and Ventura in our fire-prone area to have a strategy and potentially enlist the fire department to support to get a common point to the state. And the feedback we're getting from the state is it's a discretionary decision by the director of water resource from the state. So we want to use this opportunity to get fire safety water into this area. So we're working on it.
Thank you, and let us know how the local cities can help with this and just the more information we can put out to our residents, because I know this is a huge concern, especially watching the fire in Laguna today. So thank you.
Yeah, so I want to take this opportunity that not only we are working on it. So if you have if you know your state elected official, we encourage you to contact them. Again, it's a discretionary decision by the director of water resources. We want all the positive influence we can to get the fire safety water into this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And John, I am trying to scroll through and find other electeds that are on the call, and I'm going to continue to do that. But to honor everybody's time, I think I'm just going to go ahead and start having some customers and some residents ask questions, if that's okay with everybody. The first one I see here is Tom Goldberg. And Tom, if you're there, I'm going to go ahead and promote you to talk right now. There you are, Tom. Tom, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Okay. We'll go ahead and move on. Let's see, to Judith Colgate. Judith, can you unmute yourself? Okay. I see Judith is not. Okay. We'll move on again to Jules. Jules, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I've asked a couple of questions. One, I've been reading the other questions and I noticed that people have asked, why are we allowing new construction if we are so short of water? That's one of the questions. And the other question I had was that I'm reading on the internet that 80% of California water is used for agriculture and only 10% for homes. And of that, 3.5% to 5% are used for outdoor irrigation. So even if we save 50% of that, it's going to be minuscule to the amount of water that is needed for the state. Yet we are asked to do this what are you doing for the rest of the state in agriculture?
Yeah, Dave, you probably have a little bit better understanding of things that are going on at the state level than us. And the other person I think would be better suited, also suited to answer that is Joe. But Dave, why don't you start off on that? And if Joe can chime in, that'd be great too.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that question. And I'll take it in parts. So the development issue and new connections, this is a common question that we've gotten. I'll just answer it in a couple ways. One is, we do, as a water agency, we prepare what is called an urban water management plan. And that plan is intended to plan for the future and to accommodate a certain amount of growth in our service area. Our district has very little growth in terms of customer connections. Primarily what we see is infill development. And so we do plan for that, but we're experiencing really severe conditions right now that require us to look again at that planning. Right now in our water shortage contingency plan, we're at stage 3. Stage 3 does not call for yet to stop issuing what are called will serve letters for new connections. But I do anticipate if we move to stage 4, that will likely be something that our board will need to consider. The other thing is, I do think we'll need to go back and look at our planning documents, our urban water management plan, and the assumptions that are in there, because we're headed into uncharted territory as far as supply planning. And the last part of that is, we are not a land use planning agency. So our job at the water district is to support our cities and the county, who are the land use planning entities, and make the decisions about building and new construction. Our job is to provide the water service. And then the second question has to do with agriculture and farming. And you're right that there is a very large demand in California for agriculture. It's a big part of California and its economy. And I'll just say that agriculture is feeling the impact of this drought as we are in what you call the urban sector. There's thousands of acres in the Central Valley of farmland that is being fallowed. And if you drive up the 5 freeway and even 99, you will see the farms that are laying fallow. And also you may have read about the farm workers that are out of work. So there is always this fairness kind of question, but I will just say that all sectors of water are affected by this drought.
Thank you, Dave. Any other comments or questions, Jules?
Yes, I've also read that the state is releasing water from their reservoirs to cool the streams down, the downstreams, because of two species of fish that are endangered. Now, what's more important, the 2 species of fish that are endangered, or the humans that are actually living in California? I know you probably don't have any control over that, but that's something that we should, as voters, consider.
Dave Roberts, our conservation manager, are you able to answer that question more effectively than maybe some of the others on the call?
And I might just suggest that the point is taken. I think, and I think what you're speaking to is, I mentioned this balance between water for urban areas, farms, and then the other part is the environment. And it is a delicate balance. And, when we're in a time of shortage, it certainly feels at times like that balance is out of whack. And I think we certainly feel that and recognize that in your comment.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jules. I do see that I did find Mayor McCorkindale from Hidden Hills on our list. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and punch you in here. And if you would like to ask a question or make a comment, please do so. Okay. I don't, maybe the mayor is not there right now, and then we can come back to her. Okay, I will move on to.
You might want to just point out, Mike, I think when we do bring up a speaker, that they have to unmute on their side as well.
Yes.
So we're seeing, I see the microphone there, but it's showing that it's muted.
Yes, I am too. I don't know.
Oh,
There you
there
go,
it is.
Mayor.
Hi,
There it goes.
guys. How are you?
Good.
Hi.
Maybe you could talk a little bit about the recycling options that you are planning so that there can be a little bit more elegant application with some commercial permits and water trucks for residential usage, and when you think that that will actually be available for your customers beyond the 300 gallon a day that you are going to be offering thus far.
Sure, I can speak to that. Or John, did you want to join and talk about it?
Yeah, John. Yeah, why don't you handle this one?
Yeah, one of the things we want to lessen the impact to our customer is to try to utilize our recycled water system. So we are looking at have some fill stations at each of the cities. So sort of bring this recycled water closer to where the customer can fill their containers and to hand water their trees in order to keep them alive. So we're working with vendors and our contractors to see where are the convenient locations for each of the city. And we want to partner with the city government to see if we can man those distribution centers and provide an opportunity for residents to fill their container with recycled water and keep their tree canopies alive. So our plan is to get that out as soon as we can. And current is, we try to get it going sometimes in June or shortly after June 1st.
Thanks. And I know that that's available to everybody now. And we're really hoping for commercial permitting for water trucks that will actually do application for larger properties beyond the bucket hand watering option. And so we hope that you will very much look into that and as quickly as possible.
We hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I did see my council member, David Shapiro.
I probably will have to find him, Dave. When I do, I will bring him on. While I'm searching for him, I see that is Bev here? I'm gonna go ahead.
Yes.
Hi, Bev. How are you? Please go ahead.
Okay, I have my major concern, I would say, is the lack of investment in infrastructure on the part of the water district. 35 years ago, approximately, I contacted Las Virgenes Water District and I asked if I could have a sub-meter installed so that I could have my irrigation on recycled water, just like the commercial properties and just like the Department of Water and Power. And they said, no, we don't have that option available. I said, do you have intention of bringing that option to us? And they said, no. I said, well, how come Department of Water and Power has that for all of its San Fernando Valley customers? And they just had no answer. So I'm thinking there's a lack of foresight that you're waiting until there's a crisis to do something about or anything about this. In Israel, if you want to talk about that, they have all kinds of irrigation techniques and so on. And why aren't we learning and planning in advance instead of waiting till we have a crisis?
Can I take that,
I think
Mike?
Dave, go ahead, Dave.
So I think, Bev, your point is well taken. This is in part an infrastructure problem. And I think that point is well taken. I'll address the recycled water issue to residential properties. It's not something that is possible in the regulatory environment right now. So we don't deliver recycled water to residential properties. And it's not because we don't want to, it's because our regulations in California are very tough and they're designed to prevent the risk of a cross connection between the purple pipe system, which carries recycled water, and the potable water system. And on a residential property, there's a very high risk of that happening, primarily because people do projects and home plumbing projects, and that interconnection could happen. So it's actually DWP does not have that in the West San Fernando Valley anywhere. And so there's very few places in California at all that have recycled water going to residential properties. But your infrastructure point is right on, and we do need to invest in infrastructure. And the project behind me, our Pure Water project, is exactly that. And I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it because that's not the point of this meeting, but we are planning a very large infrastructure project that will create a local supply of water for our community that will meet about 20 to 20, probably 20% of our total overall demands. And that is by taking our recycled water that we're not currently putting to use and purifying it to drinking water standards.
I see.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Bev.
Thank you.
I did see Mayor Pro Tem Shapiro, and I will bring him in here as soon as I can find him again. There we go. There we
Thank
go.
you. Can you hear me, Mike?
I can. Hi, welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you, David, Mike, all of you for being there, answering questions. I've been reading the chats live, and a lot of my questions, I asked some last night to David, who was kind enough to present at our city council meeting. And a lot have been asked and answered already. My comments originally were going to be about the issue of infrastructure, about wildfires. And when it is timely, hopefully when we get past this part of the emergency, what we can do to incentivize people going forward to transition to less water usage, to more native, to less water usage in their yards. And I believe it's important that we incentivize people to do so who are willing and want to do so for the future. And I realize the goal here is to get to the point where we don't get to the next step. So I understand no one likes it. None of you like it, but it's a necessary act at this point that we must do. So I appreciate your efforts very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we appreciate partnering with you in the city of Calabasas on not just promoting this information, getting out to the community, but being proactive to figure out how we can do better conserving together as a team. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to take a minute because I found some questions that had been sent to us before our meeting, and I'll kind of just pepper these in as we go through our meeting today. But Vincent had sent a question in. Watering a lawn once a week isn't enough to keep grass alive. So isn't doing that a waste of water? And that's a great question, Vincent. The answer really is perhaps, and that may depend on the type of grass, whether it gets enough shade, etc. Customers can hand water lawns on other days, but we do encourage customers to focus on saving water to use on trees and perennial plants. So thank you, Vincent, for submitting that. I'm going to read one more and then we'll go back to everyone that's on the call. This one is from Jackie Lacombe. And Jackie asks, will there be any consideration given for water allowance if you have a large number of trees on your property? I can understand letting your grass turn brown, but if a huge tree dies, you're risking property damage to your and your neighbors' homes and property if that tree falls. I've had it happen in the past due to a lack of water to the trees and don't want to risk that again. So the short answer, Jackie, is no additional allowance. The water budget that is established for each customer takes into account the entire landscape area, and there's no separate budget for trees. We do understand that the 50% reduction in outdoor water budgets could mean not enough water available for trees. Customers may consider using less water on their turf and using more of their water budget on their trees. Customers may also consider the use of recycled water that can be picked up from the Rancho composting facility or through an expanded recycled water program that is under development, like John was talking about, and the use of compost around trees to better retain moisture in the soil. Hand watering your trees is permitted any day and multiple days of the week, but customers need to stay within 150% of their water budgets to prevent runoff and to avoid penalties. You can also use and set up a drip irrigation system. Their drip irrigation systems are not restricted to the 1 day a week watering. So thank you, Jackie. Go back to some of the calls that we have here. Is there a Richard Reed on the call? Richard, if you're available, please unmute yourself.
Hi, how are you?
There you go. Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you very much.
Good.
I appreciate all of the generic questions or the general questions that deal with what we're going to be doing. I have a specific one about my property and perhaps others. I gather I was a couple of minutes late finding the link and getting on the call. Is the restriction for water the same for all properties regardless of size?
Yes.
Okay. And is watering restricted to just doing it on that 1 day if we're even numbered or odd numbered, or can it be apportioned differently and not water as much on any given day?
It's going to be 1 day a week per the resolution and passage on May 17th at our board meeting.
Okay. I hate the idea that I might have to come back. I'll raise my hand again if I want to come back in. I think that's all I have as a question for questions right now.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you all for the work you're doing.
Of course. Thank you. Okay. Is there a Tom Goldberg on the call? And if so, Tom, go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead and ask a question or have a comment. Tom, are you there? All right. We will come back to, we'll come back to Tom. We'll move on to, is there a Steve Siegel? Is Steve on the call there? Steve, if you're available, unmute yourself and ask a question. All right, Steve, I don't see Steve there. We'll go on to, is Miriam on the call? Miriam Zacuto. If you are, go ahead and unmute yourself. Miriam, are you there? There we go.
I'm here.
Hi, Miriam.
Hi, so I was very troubled by the short notice for this dramatic policy shift, and I'm trying to wrap my head around why, we've been in a long acknowledged drought. Why do we get a month's notice? And how can one hand water on a hillside? How is that to be accomplished?
Yeah, Miriam, as I think that, I don't know if you were on the beginning, got to see Dave's presentation, but we have been pushing information out and talking about this drought and the need to start really cutting back on outdoor watering for almost a year now. We've been using virtually every possible platform to get that information out to our customers. I think that it's shocking because this is, it's startling what's happening right now, where we're asking people to, our metropolitan is mandating that we cut back on water usage to 1 day a week. I know that as a property owner, that's very startling, but it is something that we have been talking about for quite a long time now. I also think that in terms of watering hillsides, I think that maybe John or maybe Dave Roberts might be best suited to answer that question. So John or Dave, would you like to take a stab at that one?
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the specific case, but if you do have a question, we encourage you to talk to our conservation specialist. Perhaps a conversion to a drip system could have saved your, I'm guessing it's your trees on the hillside. If it's not accessible, automated drip system may save the day.
Yeah, and Mike, if I can just add, I think others have asked this question about how did this happen so quickly? And I just want to, although we have been messaging about drought, there are a couple things that were pretty dramatic that happened recently that have really escalated the condition. And I just want to point those out. Number one is the Department of Water Resources reducing the allocation from the State Water Project from 15% to 5%. That was a really big deal. When that happened, that dramatically changed the water supply outlook for us and all of Southern California. The other thing is when we didn't get any meaningful rain and snow in January, February, and March. So you put those two together with the fact that we already were in a drought, and that's why you see this escalation so quickly.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Miriam. We appreciate you being on here and being interested in on what we can do and what you can do to help all of us conserve water. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
I think that I'm going to be calling on our board president, LVMWD board president, Jay Lewitt. I think that you're on there, Jay. If you want to unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Mike. And can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm the current president of the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District Board, and we're 5 elected members of our community that work diligently on all these water issues. And we have thought of these things in the past, and we're working on a daily basis to make sure that we have ample water supply. But we're in a really tough situation here because we get all of our water basically from the State Water Project, and we buy all of it from Met, and Met tells us how much we can have. So we have to all share the same bucket of water. And I just want all of you to know that your board works diligently to make sure that we do what's most equitable for our entire community, and we take care of a very diverse community here. But staff is directed by the board, and the staff understands that we have one community here, and we're going to do what's best for all of us. And we just hope that everyone here can tell your friends and neighbors in the community to try to learn more about what's going on, because it's really important for our community, for our lives, our future, and our homes and our home values. So I think we all need to, the staff at Las Virgenes is amazing, and it's always accessible and always here to help and always open to listening to suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you, President Lewitt. We appreciate that very much. And thanks for being here with us.
Thank you.
We'll move on to, believe I see is a William Taylor on the call. And if so, would you mind unmuting yourself? William, are you there? Okay. Maybe we will come back to him. Okay, let's move on to, let's see here. How about Angie and Jerry? Are you here, Angie and Jerry? I see.
We are. Can you
Hi.
hear us?
I can, yes. Hi.
I send all these things, how to unmute, and now it comes up when you call them. That's how it happens. Okay.
That's right.
Okay, I've been looking for it the entire time, and I tried everything, but okay. All right, I'll be fast, and I know you have a lot of people to talk to. I have a question. Our HOA is charging us for replacing the grass with artificial turf to try and save money with the, with the water and everything to save water. Do you think, I mean, should they be doing that? They're charging us for small construction. And we're doing no construction. All we're doing is replacing the front lawn with turf. So we can save water. And it's costing us a lot of money to do it, and they want to charge us. Does that sound fair to you?
It's probably not a water district issue from what I can tell, but.
Okay. All right. The other question then is, are you giving any rebates because I heard they were giving rebates if you pull out your lawn. But then when I called, I was told, no, that was like 6 years ago, they gave rebates.
I can answer that one, Dave. Yes, there are rebates available. You go to SoCalWatersmart.com, and they actually have a turf rebate program there, and we send everybody to that website. There are multiple types of rebates on there as well for you to take advantage of. This is sponsored by the Metropolitan Water District themselves. And so that's where we're directing everybody to go for those kind of things.
I did. Las Virgenes Water District
For that
told me
question,
to.
though, the
They-
rebates, the turf replacement rebates do not apply for if you're going to replace with artificial turf.
Okay,
So
that
that's not
answers it.
eligible. Yeah.
Oh, so it's not, does not apply.
Yeah, you can't get a rebate for conversion if you put in artificial turf.
So what is the rebate for? I heard like rocks?
Rocks, impermeable, but there are some criteria, drought tolerant plants, etc. The criteria is spelled out on that website that Mike mentioned.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
The focus is
Thank
more
you,
on
too.
California native plantings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. I see that there is a Michael Margolis. Michael, are you there? And if so, yes, there you go.
Yes, I'm
Hi.
here.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Quick question. There has been stuff often in the paper on the same day about the folks who get their water from the Colorado River. Beverly Hills is often mentioned as an example. And in the same edition of the paper that day would be talk about the crisis with the Colorado River, Lake Powell, Lake Mead, very low, lots of problems. And I know that there's some distant contract that California had for pulling that water from the Colorado River, but it looks real bad. And when you read about houses with 5 swimming pools and big vast green lawns continuing to be able to water whilst we're in restrictions, somebody who is above both water companies, and maybe you all go to conferences or talk to people, that it looks real bad. My recommendation would be that even those people who get their water from the Colorado River should not be allowed to waste it.
Well, Michael, we appreciate your comment, and we will definitely take note of that. So we appreciate it, and thank you for being here with us and spending some time and sharing your sentiments with us. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sure. Bye. I believe that I see is Natasha here. Natasha, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, yes, please ask a question or make a comment.
Okay, yes, 2 questions. I've been here in this area since 1988, and I've watched the water shortage issue and always complied very gladly. But my whole point is that how is it possible the agencies are not coordinating in our little area here in Cornell? Since 1988, when we moved here, there have been 100 new homes built. This is a very small area. And I'd like to know who is responsible for that planning. If you're not responsible, we need to talk to those people, because that's irresponsible to allow all this housing without having some proper addition to water, because this state has had drought since I came here in the late 50s as a child. So somebody's not planning, and we need to be aware of who's not planning and hold them accountable.
Well, thank you, Natasha, for your comment on that. I don't know, Dave, what your thoughts are on addressing that. I know that that is not necessarily like a specific water issue, but I don't know if there's a different organization that Natasha could talk to about that or not, so.
Yeah, I would just add, I think the point is taken. We need to invest in our water systems in the whole state and the whole Western United States. And we also need to invest here locally, and we need to improve the reliability of our water supply. And I think this drought and this drought emergency is a wake-up call about the level of investment that is needed. And what we have found is even our state water project is not as reliable as we had thought. And so despite the planning that has gone on, and there is a lot of planning that happens, and coordination between the county, the cities, and the water agencies throughout California, some of the underlying information about the reliability of the state water project is we're finding is not turning out to be as accurate as we had thought. And part of that is the issue that I explained about runoff not materializing from our snowpack. And so we need to adjust those models We need to look at our planning again, and then we need to invest in our water systems, both statewide and here locally.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that question, if I may, that I remember the drought we had here when people were painting their lawns green and we were not even serving water in the restaurants. There was talk about desalination plants and other sources of water coming in from Washington State. And that sort of faded 2 years after that severe drought ended. And I'm sure some of you who were around remember how severe that drought was. The mountains didn't look green. They actually dark brown and had almost no foliage on them whatsoever. So I remember that drought. And I want to find out, are you aware of any of these pending projects and what happened to them?
Yeah, I'm not sure what specific project you're referring to, but it could be, there were a number of very large, ambitious water projects, tapping the Columbia River, for example, and these were projects in the 60s that were considered, and what we've seen is a shift in focus more to an expectation at the local level that we build and develop our water supply. And that's part of the challenge we're facing. And we're doing that. We're doing that with our project, our Pure Water project. But I do think we need partners at the state and regionally to invest in their infrastructure as well and invest in the state water project.
Well, I just want to finish by telling everyone there's an election coming up, and I think that we better make our votes count and let people know that this issue is completely out of control and not being handled correctly.
Thank you, Natasha. Appreciate your time today.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that I see Councilwoman Gold from Hidden Hills on the call. I'm going to see if she, Councilwoman Gold, are you available to make a comment? You're there? Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much for all you do. And yeah, my constituents or our constituents are extremely concerned in Hidden Hills since our lot sizes are 1 acre or more. And, I think we have made a conscious effort to change our planting practices and landscaping practices in the city, but obviously we have a long way to go. Again, I've heard a lot of comments from our constituents. They're extremely concerned. Some people want to sell their homes, want to move away. I share their concern, and I personally would love if our city would look into the Purple Pipe project, and would like to get more information on that, how we could get that to our city to irrigate. Any kind of ways we could mitigate this looming disaster. So I'm sorry, I didn't prepare to speak. I just wanted to listen, and I really appreciate you coming to our council meeting, and I hope you'll return. I think we'll have more questions after the town hall, but I really appreciate you doing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate that. We will. We're here to partner with you, and anytime you would like us to come to speak, we're happy to be there.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see here. All right, I see that we have Rhoda Novak. Rhoda, are you there? If you can, would you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Hi, Rhoda.
Hi. One of my concerns is we're West Hills. Although we're not a city, we have our own fire safe council, which should be involved with John Zhao in looking at the fire safe issues with water. How do we get that to happen? Geraldine Rothenberg is the person who does this.
John.
And the fire safe councils in all these cities should be involved in the water safe issues. I mean, that's what I used to run our fire safe council. That's what we do for a living.
Thank you, Rhoda. John, do you have any comments you'd like to respond to Rhoda?
Yeah, you can have email me. You can have your Fire Safe Council email me. And we are working with the city of LA on this issue. So the more support we get, the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Let's see here. I know that we have we have Kanwar. Kanwar, are you there?
Hey guys, thank you so much.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
We're doing well. How are you tonight?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Good.
So guys, I need a few answers from the city and actually the city officials. First of all, we all as a Calabasas, we know we live in a state where drought is very normal. 38 years we have experience, right? Yes or no first? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. In 38 years, why we did not learn that we need to source water every year? Why are we so low in proactively thinking that we will be in drought? And if not, oh, wow, you're lucky. Why are we reactive than proactive? I'm a VP of a company. I proactively think how to save the company rather than, oh, company is dying and I need to save it now. Guys, give me all the salaries, give me $50 from each paycheck. I can save the company, which is right. But proactively, why didn't I came up that this year again, it'll be out. 38 years, we know. 10 years, I have been in Calabasas. I know it's going to be drought. It's going to be a surprise when it's not a drought. What provisions or what did the city do to prevent the residents from actually landing here? It's not a year-old drought. It's not a surprise. I'll be surprised in this call. Anybody says it's a surprise we're in drought. I want answers for that because we elected you to prevent us.
Yeah,
Kanwar, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I understood what your question is.
I think I understand it, Mike.
Okay.
So I think, the point is that we have drought in California and we have drought over and over again. And so we should be able to plan for this. And so the question is, why didn't we, right?
Yes.
And you're right. Drought, we prepare for drought in California and we have to, and that's our job. What we are seeing though, and the reason that we're not well prepared for this drought is we are seeing the effects of climate change that is dramatically changing how we need to manage our water. And the planning, the analysis, the projections of the amount of water that we will have in the most severe dry period are not met. So we're seeing records being set every year. And what we're seeing is what is called sublimation, which is where our snowpack never melts and turns into water. It actually melts from a solid and evaporates. And so the snow never becomes water and runs off and reaches our reservoirs. None of our planning documents anticipated the extent of that happening. And so our models and our projections about what to expect from water are not accurate. And it's not just Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. It's not just Southern California. It's not even just California. It's the entire West. Even the Bureau of Reclamation, our federal agency that is looking at the Colorado River, their projections also are off. And so the big picture is that we are seeing, in my opinion, the effects of climate change that is dramatically changing how we need to manage water. And we have not kept pace with building the infrastructure to handle that. And we're feeling the effects right now.
David, I totally agree with you. And actually, thank you for bringing it up. But 38 years, we were not able to do it accurately. That's the problem. The problem is very different. We are not fighting our climate change, actually. We are fighting a flawed system in which we are not able to predict. Let's assume California, every single day, of the last 15 years, I've seen we are in drought. We should expect a drought next year. If you're not prepared right now in May to have a drought, we are failed. Tremendously, we have failed. The idea is different, that we have 38 years of experience of drought. What was done by city of Calabasas or Las Virgenes that we expected? Why are we not proactive? We know state will fail. We know the West will fail. What did city do to help Calabasas to make contracts with other states or something to make sure recycled waters can go to school where our children grow, our future is growing? If a recycled water can go to a school where my future is growing, why that recycle cannot go to a house? If you're telling me a school can afford to have a recycled water where my future is growing and it cannot come to your house, I think it's a flawed thought process. Please explain me recycled in school versus your house, please.
Yeah.
I want the explanation.
I believe that, go ahead,
I'll
Dave. I'm
explain
sorry.
it.
I know you answered this before.
Thank you. Thank
I'll
you.
explain it, but I think, the criticism is fair. We need to do better as a water industry as a whole. So we'll take that. But we have done many things here locally, and we have actually been leaders in managing water here. And, our water district is known across the state for water recycling. We were one of the first agencies in California to have an unrestricted permit to use recycled water for irrigation. And we're actually still known today to be one of the agencies that uses the most recycled water in terms of percentage of total water demands. So of our total water demands, we meet 20% of that demand with recycled water. And it does go to schools. Our schools receive recycled water, our parks, our green belts, a lot of our HOA common areas, our cemeteries, our golf courses. And so because of those investments, those areas, we will see them continue to weather through the drought. But in the residential property side, that is where we have the difficulty with supplying recycled water. And
Dave, I have a question. See,
Kanwar, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've gone over our 2 minutes and we do need to move on since you have multiple other people.
Just one last question,
We
Mark.
appreciate
Just
it.
one. If you are cutting me, then you are silencing the voice of the public.
Yeah, let's let you go ahead and just finish your last thought.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you, David. I really appreciate it. And I'm helping you too, because what I'm speaking is my whole community. I meet them, I have party with them. They all speak the same language. I'm helping you here. If my children is going to a school which is fed by a recycled water, just give me one answer why my house cannot be.
It's because a school in a home, the homeowner commonly will do plumbing work and actually go into the yard and do plumbing or on their sprinklers. And there's a very high risk that they could accidentally interconnect the two pipe systems. And that would compromise the public health of everybody, because that water in the purple pipe system could flow backwards through the potable water system and cause a health problem. That's the short answer. Schools are quite sophisticated. They have people who are well trained, who do any other work in the school, maintenance work and that kind of thing. And so you don't have that same risk in a school or a commercial property.
David,
Thank you, Kanwar. I'm sorry, we do need to move on, but thanks for being here with us.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much.
I see that Jana Leiblich is on. Jana, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Thanks for being here.
It's Jana Lieblich. I live in Hidden Hills. Thanks for taking my questions. I have 4 questions. They're all very short and they're very pertinent, I think, to everybody. They're very much about usage. I, like everybody, am angry about the situation, but I'm not going to dwell on that because that's not who I am. I just want to find out good information on how to take care of my property and hope it will help everybody. So you talked about drip being exempt. and hand watering. Here's my question. If you're looking at my total water usage per month, how are you guys able to differentiate between, for example, what I used on drip, hand watering, sprinkler, pool? So, because I would like to put drip in where I don't have it. I have a lot of it, but some I don't. So when my water usage goes up, do you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you guys say, oh, well, that all came from her drip, or that all came from keeping her pool filled versus watering some area with sprinklers? Can you answer that? And then my other questions are also very short, very practical.
We don't know. In short, we don't know.
Okay.
You know, we don't know what went to the drip or hand watering or your pool.
So then how do you say that it's exempt because it's still water usage? And how do I know that I'm not going over my allotted amount, even if I'm using drip? Because I have a large property, like a lot of people here, I have over an acre. And how do I know that I'm not going over that amount when you say drip is exempt? That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, good question. And so there's two parts to the restrictions. And, you know, one is, the drip is exempt. And so, like, for example, if we were to drive down the street and we see the sprinkler spraying on a day when watering is not normally allowed for your address, we would know that, you know, you're not watering on the right day. As far as the drip goes, you know, we can't tell whether the drip system is actually operating or not. But what you do need to do is stay within your water budget. Because if you exceed your water budget, and especially exceed it by 1.5 times, then you will get triggered into those penalties and eventually that program with the flow restrictors that I told you about.
Yeah, okay, I understand, but I still don't, I'm sorry to beat a dead horse here, but I still don't think I understand because drip still uses water. So it would cost me quite a bit of money to switch, again, with an acre and a quarter, it's going to cost me quite a bit of money to switch everything over to drip. And if then I do that, and then I get a notice from you saying you're still using too much water, it's confusing to me because am I still on that 8 minutes? Because obviously with a drip, you can't use 8 minutes per week because that's not enough. So how do you know how to monitor your drip or how to allocate your drip to stay within that versus sprinklers? Because if your sprinklers, it's 8 minutes per week, done, that's it. But if you have drip, how do you convert that in your own mind so that you know, okay, I can use X amount of drip per week versus X amount of sprinklers per week?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, we might be able to get some help to you on that. You know, you'd have to look at, you know, how much water is actually emitting from the drip system. Mm-hmm. What I would suggest is you use our Water Smart tool. So on our website, you can access the Water Smart tool. Yeah. And if you register, it will actually show you every day how much water you're using, and you can kind of track it.
Yeah, I've done that already. I have registered. Okay. But you do have to convert it apparently from gallons to units because you guys charge per unit. I guess you have to convert over because I've called the district twice and they did go through the whole mathematical process. So it sounds a bit labor intensive for your average mother of 4 who has other things to do besides calculate her water. But I understand. I'm just trying to get an easier, maybe quicker way. Right. But maybe there isn't.
And what I would suggest you do is set your drip a little bit on the low side in terms of watering, and then see how your plants respond. And then also look at how your water usage is coming in. And if you need to, then adjust it from there.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe Dave Roberts, you had some suggestions on that might be helpful.
Yeah, sorry, Dave. I'm trying to find my unmute button here too, so I can certainly appreciate folks when they're asking questions. Yeah, Janet, we do have a little bit of information on our website that gives you an indication of the flow rate for sprinkler heads versus drip irrigation systems. And if you wanted to give me a call tomorrow, I could certainly chat with you a little bit more about what the flow rates are between the two and how you might be able to accommodate a lower irrigation rate with your drip system as well.
How do I reach you?
Yeah, you can call the front office at the telephone number that we provided in the presentation. And you can just ask for Dave Roberts and I'll be able to answer any questions.
Dave Roberts. Okay, let me ask my other two questions. They're very quick. When you suggest coming and picking up water from the district and bringing it home, how, and you said it's 300 gallons, how does one do that? And then how do you utilize it once you get home? I mean, if you're trying to water your plants with huge, I don't understand the logistics of how that works. Maybe you can explain that. And the last question, is this the mulch versus compost? So I have plantings and I'm thought about mulching them because I know it keeps the water in, but you said you're giving the compost for free. Or do those work interchangeably? Could I just come get compost from you and use that to sort of insulate my plants? Or would you suggest mulch instead to keep them cooler and the water in?
Dave or John, which one? Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I would suggest both, Jana. The compost actually is an excellent soil amendment that helps to loosen the soil and to maintain a little more soil moisture in the soil.
Okay.
It doesn't work as well as a mulch,
Okay.
which provides that kind of insulative protection on the surface of the soil. And
Okay.
that's what actually helps to minimize the amount of evaporation that would be occurring from the soil itself. And it also has other benefits like helping to keep weeds down and things of that nature also.
Okay, so
they are-
compost
they
first
are
and then mulch on top
compatible.
of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I can call it and ask you about the drip versus, because as I said, I don't want to spend a lot of money on putting a drip system in only to find out that I really also can't utilize that because the water is so scarce that even that can't be used. That's all I'm trying to prevent because it is costly to change everything over to drip.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, Jenna, also I would recommend prioritizing your landscape
Mhm.
and making the change to those areas that you find to be most important first.
Yes.
And then seeing if there are areas on your landscape that you would feel comfortable allowing to go fallow until such
Yes.
time as we have, additional water supply.
Yeah, I've already designated those. Thank you for that suggestion. I've done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, is there an Elaine Miller on the call? Elaine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My question was
Elaine.
Hi. My question was basically answered, although my situation is similar to what the woman from Hidden Hills just said. We have everything on our property. We have half an acre. Everything on our property is it's not all drip. Everything on our property is a perennial. We have a lot of trees, including some very old oaks. And some of it is drip, some of it is sprinkler. And I would love to make arrangements to we're two old people. There's no way I can tote water unless somebody comes and helps me with it. And it's just all confusing to figure out what's drip and what's sprinkler. And when you say 8 minutes, you mean 8 minutes a zone, I assume, not 8 minutes for your whole property.
That's correct.
Okay, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Thanks for being here.
So you got to
believe there is Farhad there. Farhad, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, please. Thanks for being here.
Hi.
Hi.
I have been, first of all, I need to thank you for compost and the recycled watering that you provide. I have been doing this for the last 1 year. So I want to thank you for that. I was doing it before the drought hits us. So it wasn't, I just want to help environment. I took all the grass out. I'm using the artificial grass on all my property. I compost everything and I use water drip. I have 2 acres of land and over 500 trees. So I need a lot of water. And so far I can pick up at most 8 times. Is there anything else that I need to do? Any other suggestion that you have for me?
Hey, Dave Roberts, would you be able to maybe help Farhad out a little bit? Or John?
Yeah,
John, go ahead.
Fahad, this is John Zah. You're the example citizen that I would see. I know you being getting recycled water from us. And you're the example that sometimes little water can keep all your trees alive just with hand watering. So that's a very good example that you bring to us, that, you know, during this crisis, we all have to be a little innovative, and thanks for sharing your experience.
Okay, I put my name for the people that they need help to understand how can we do this. Because I take the water, then I put it on the storage, and then I put the pump to feed my water drip. So I put my name in there. And I think Terry also put his name, but Terry is not here. The other question that I have, I think Dave was saying that, you know, they are afraid of getting the water contaminated for the water city. And I know there is a device for all the people, all my neighbors who have water well, they do have a device that they need to install to make sure this is not going to happen. Do you know about that?
Yes. I think you're referring to a what's called a backflow prevention device.
Yes. So that was the question, because I'm sorry. So I guess there is a way to make sure we are not putting the water back to the system. And so I guess that's answered that question. I'm hoping that right now it costs me $12 for every 300 gallon. 10 miles to go and 10 miles to come back, and my trucks gives me 10 miles per gallon. So that's all I can do. And it's not the money, it's just I'm trying to help. So I would, you said by June 1st, maybe they give us a location which is closer. If you're talking about the environment, you know, when I drive, I put CO2 in the atmosphere. So I'm trying to avoid that too. So I guess I have to wait till June. Maybe there is a solution to that. And the very last question, you were saying that, you know, by the middle of the summer, this water recycle may be in a shortage, right?
Yes.
But when I go to your place, I see you guys are watering the weeds. And I was asking Terry about it, and he was telling me that they have too much water. That's why they want to get rid of this water.
John, would you answer Farhad's question about that, or kind of like, because I know that there's a specific reason why we do that.
Yeah, Fahad, there's an imbalance between supply and demand throughout the season. So when you came to us in April or March, there's not a whole lot of recycled water demand, and yet we still have to get rid of the recycled water we produced. And that's why we irrigate, we call the spray fields. However, coming June, July, August, when the recycled water demand increase, everybody irrigates, we use up 100% of the recycled water we produce. That's why we have a shortage. So you'll witness this imbalance in between supply of recycled water and demand of recycled water just because of the seasons we have.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, John, and I'll also add that we're prohibited from discharging that water into the creek. And so that's the reason during certain periods of the year. And so that's also the reason why we have to resort to the spray fields for discharge of that excess recycled water.
Yeah, because I need more water. I mean, my trees are getting half the water that they need. So somehow I have to try to get water as much as I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Farhad. We appreciate your time and spending your time with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read a couple of more questions that have come in that were prior to the start of this meeting. As I said, I was going to pepper them throughout our discussion today. Question is from Julie Stonin. And her question is, why are you sending enforcement before June 1st? She does not follow. We have to reduce 50%. How can your security cars see that reduction visually? Seems like a really bad look for LVMWD given the total lack of logic. So the answer is the 50% reduction to outdoor water budgets is separate from wasteful water practices. Both are being enforced in different ways. The reduction in water budgets is monitored through the measurement of water by the meter. Penalties will be assessed if a customer uses more than 150% of their water budget. The water patrols are looking to make sure that irrigation is not spraying onto streets and that water is not running off into the gutters. Wasteful water practices can result in graduating fines, starting with a warning, $100 and eventually $500 for the installation of a flow restriction device if the wasteful practice is not corrected. Starting on June 1st, the patrols will also be looking for irrigation system watering that is occurring on a day that it should not be. This will result in a fine as well. One other question from Kathy Marcus. Will we be receiving a rebate if we take out our grass and put in artificial turf? The answer is rebates are available still via the Metropolitan Water District at bwaterwise.com. However, artificial turf as part of a conservation practice is not eligible. We do not recommend transforming landscapes to drought tolerant plants at this time due to the water shortage and the need to use more water to get new landscapes established. So thanks for sending those in before this. We got plenty of other questions to go. I'm going to call on Steve Coyer. Stephen, are you there?
I am.
Hi, please.
I just wanted to congratulate you all for dealing with this subject. I am a board member of a water and sanitation district at the headwaters of the Colorado River up in Eagle County, which is where Vail, Colorado is. And I want to let you know that we're dealing with some of the same issues as intelligently as you are. It's not something that that anyone likes to do, but the snowpack is below average. The efficiency of the runoff is well below average. Our snowpack's generally about 80% of normal. The runoff is about 30% of normal because of the drought. All of the slopes and all of the earth between the snowpack and the rivers is bone dry. And the first thing that happens with that runoff is it gets saturated into the ground. So the runoff is bad, leaning to the rivers underperforming. And by the time it gets down through Lake Powell and Lake Mead and to you, we have problems all along the chain. So we are all dealing with this, and we're using water budgets like you are. And it's not easy, and it's painful for our residents to deal with. So I just encourage you to keep it up. Obviously, we all like to see things change, and hopefully it will in the future. But as managers of our water, we have to be very careful. And eliminating irrigation is a small cost if that means keeping water in our future for domestic purposes. So thank you very much for your presentation. It's been very enlightening, and I'm going to encourage our board members here as well as our residents to watch it on your website.
Thank you, Stephen. That means a lot to us. We appreciate that. Dave, you want to say something?
No, just thank you.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. All right, just to remind everybody, if you have a question, to use the raise your hand option on your computer. And when I do get to you, if you don't mind trying to unmute yourself so we can speak with you. I know I called on a few people before that were having a little problems, but let's move on to Colleen Holmes. Colleen, are you there? If you unmute yourself, you can talk. Hi, Colleen. Are you there? Looks like she's unmuted herself, but I can't hear her. Colleen, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
perfect.
you.
Hi.
Hi.
All right. Thank you for taking my little talk here.
Of
I've
course.
got Some quick questions. I'm in the industry, I'm in the landscape business, and just a couple comments to make to people that are putting the drip irrigation in, because we're doing that a lot, is that even though drip does save a ton of water, we always tell our clients that you have to really be proactive in checking that you don't have breaks. And often the gardeners don't do it. You can't count on the gardeners, and you as a homeowner should really walk around and make sure you turn on every zone and make sure you do not have breaks, because they come very easily by animals chewing on them, or, you know, a gardener accidentally hitting it with a shovel. So that's just a little handy advice. Also, there's some granular, and I can't tell you right off the bat, there's something called Soil Moist, and it's a granular application that you can add to plantings that actually, when they do get wet, they swell up and they hold the water around your plant. There's lots of other ones, but that one is on the market, just to let people know. And then just to ask another question, would it be helpful to get a sub-meter installed so that we could differentiate between house water and irrigation water? Because I know when you put a sub-meter on, your rates, at least financially, are less when it's irrigation water versus interior water.
Yeah, good question, Colleen. I think I may ask John to answer that, or maybe Dave Roberts again. They might be more appropriate to answer that question. Dave or John, are you there? Okay, I see Dave.
Yeah, so we don't bill differently for water that's used indoors or outdoors. And we generally don't meter it separately, but we do have a device, or we can help you to use a device called the Flume, and it will measure how much water is going to your irrigation system. And I don't know if Dave, you wanted to add anything more about that.
No, I think you touched on it, Dave. So I apologize. I was responding to some of the typed in comments.
Can I just continue asking? So you say there's something called the Flume. Is that something that you said you could provide us with more information on? And does it actually tell you more about the volume control of water going in the house, or the property? What does the Flume do exactly?
Yeah, the Flume actually is a device that you attach to your water meter, and acoustically it can tell when water is flowing through the meter, and based on that signature, it's able to tell you if that's representative of irrigation or a washing machine or someone taking a shower, and then they'll also be able to alert you if there's an indication that there might be a leak in your system. So they allow for you to be able to better monitor your water use within your home. But it's also something that is very similar to what we have with the Water Smart system, with the smart meters that we're deploying through the district right now. So both of those options will give you very similar type of information if you have not had the Water Smart meters installed into your property.
Okay, wonderful. I have one last very quick question. It was very briefly talked about just previously. A woman from Hidden Hills was talking about hand watering and drip and so forth. And did I understand you to say that, yes, if you have drip, you can water more often and you can hand water? I thought you said more often or as much as you want, but with the caveat that really in the end, you're going to look at how much water was used. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
yep,
thank
exactly
you.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Appreciate that. I have another question I'm just going to throw out there, and then we'll get back to the calls, or the people on the call. This question comes from Mayor McCorkindale here in Hidden Hills. Question is, well, it's from one of the residents. If everyone is forced to water on one of 2 days, the water pressure is high on certain days and lowers on the rest. During the last drought in Hidden Hills, specifically with restrictions, when we had to do this before during the last drought, everyone had pipes burst everywhere. Also, they haven't invested in infrastructure So old pipes break and we lose tons of water. I was wondering, Dave or John, maybe you could answer that a little bit more. John, I see that you can maybe address that. And then Dave, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, so last time we implemented straw measure, we don't see pipe burst because of those 2-day irrigation schedule. We do see pipe burst due to old infrastructures, and we have a pretty active pipeline replacement program. And what we do is we actively survey where the leak is, and we're looking at if it's a time to replace the pipeline. This accomplishes two things. One is we want our infrastructure to serve us the longest it can, because it's very expensive to replace it. Second of all, that actively replacing infrastructure, like I said, can save water. However, most water usage are our day-to-day water usage. It's not, you can look at it when you have a one pipe, it's a lot of water, but I compare the water we use in an entire year, and that's actually not a whole lot of water for an hour or so. So I just want to explain that quantity and also assure everybody that we didn't discover the main break because of those 2-day irrigation schedule the last time around.
Thank you, John. Dave, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think John explained it pretty well. We haven't seen a pattern where we're seeing pipe breaks as a result of the timing of irrigation. And the issue, we have had pipe breaks in Hidden Hills. It's really related to the age of the infrastructure there. Hidden Hills has some of the original piping that was from the Mutual Water Company that we purchased there in 1969. And so we are looking at replacing that pipe over time and have been actually working on that in Hidden Hills. But the pipe breaks are not associated with the watering schedule.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going to get back to, we still have plenty of people that are interested in and have questions here. Looks like I'm going to call on, is it Mo O'Malley? Mo, are you there?
Yeah, hi, this is Joseph Ron. Mo's
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. I'm actually up in Palo Alto. I run a business. We deliver and apply recycled water for landscaping and construction purposes, utilizing company-owned water trucks. And I guess I have a couple questions. One would be, will these restrictions just be lifted as soon as the drought is over? Seems like it would discourage the investment in alternative water infrastructure.
John, do you want to answer that one?
So, conservation is a way of life. So we'll continue to practice conservation. Some of the watering restriction may be transitioning into, we have a water budget, and our water budget is based on the efficiency water use of the transpiration rate of the landscape. So we'll transition into our old way of the most efficient use of water. But we also have community members who rather use recycled water, like for hot, in lieu of potable water for trees and landscape. So there may be some business opportunity for your business if you're in the business of trucking recycled water.
Well, we are, and we're actually looking into it. And I think we need to talk with LVMWD as well, because we need to talk about the regulations for storing the water in cisterns and water storage tanks, and whether or not we could create integrated alternative water systems on the big residential properties to tie basically into their irrigation sprinklers now and keep them all across under Title 22, so there is no cross-contamination issues. It's something that we could do, and we've done in the past up here, and we'd like to hopefully offer that down there as well. It sounded like one of the restrictions could be the amount of recycled water that you have in the highest dry months, but with the coordinated use of, tanks, up on the hills for fire suppression, that's kind of what we do. And we, would like to try to tackle, the residential, the larger states out there. So thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. We appreciate that.
Yeah, in fact, I was going to ask, can you send us your info? Because I think you might be able to help us.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate that. Is there an Elaine Miller on the call? Elaine, are you there? Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, you already called on me.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know.
That's okay.
All right, thank you.
Can you try Tom? Let's try Tom Goldberg again. I know he's been waiting a long time, and
sure.
Let's see if we can just give him a second to unmute.
Tom, are you there? Can you unmute, Tom?
Let's be patient with him for a sec.
Okay.
There we go.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
Tom.
How are you guys?
Hey, we're hanging in there. How about you?
Same. This water situation, I agree, is bad, and it's affecting everyone up and down the state. And I come from a farming background, and the farms, we're being cut back on water. Even private wells are being cut on the amount of water you can draw, and it's a bad situation everywhere.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is for sure.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Especially, I know we had a question earlier about use of water on farms versus cities.
Yeah, and the answer I had earlier was regarding drip irrigation because it says unlimited, but as you say, we're only allocated so much water to use. So as homeowners, we need to spread that water around as we see fit in our landscape, but not go over the water budget.
That's right. That's right, Tom.
So that's it for me right now. And I think I'm gonna close out from the meeting because it's interesting, but I got other things I need to take on.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks for being here.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. Bye now. Let's see here. Okay. I believe, is there a John Mueller? John, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can, John.
Good, good. Thanks for having this town hall. I really appreciate it. I'm a 35-year resident of Calabasas. My wife, Margie, is here with me. And
hi, Margie.
Hi.
In full disclosure, while not elected, I am a 15-year member of the Calabasas Planning Commission. So I'm in sympathy with you guys having to go through long meetings like this. One question that I have on my small property here in Mulwood is that we're not going to allow our lawn to turn brown for the simple reason that we don't have a lawn. We got rid of it. We went to California natives 15 months ago, and we have a system of sprinklers and drip. And based on our expert advice from our landscape architect, we basically water once every 10 days using both the sprinkler system, which is a low flow system, and the drip system. And so we really have a combination program. And I'm curious as to how that's going to work if we only want to water based on our plant needs once every 10 days. So we're obviously not going to be on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday schedule. We're going to be an every 10 days schedule. So have you guys thought about how to work that with a kind of a unique irrigation program like we have?
Yeah, Dave Roberts, do you think you could maybe answer some of his questions a little bit there?
John, I think the comments that you made are excellent suggestions. I don't think that I have anything specific to respond to that, though, because I don't believe that we've thought of that specifically as of yet, unless there's something that I've missed or that others would like to add.
Yeah, my only thought was maybe just, yeah, you're kind of faced with watering more frequently because you probably can't wait 2 weeks. And so the thought would be maybe just water for a shorter cycle weekly. But I realize there's some limitations to our system, and it doesn't work real well for what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, the problem is that you can actually do damage to California natives if you water more frequently than you should, even if you're watering at a lower rate or fewer minutes. So it's sort of a conundrum. And we did this because certain of our natives do better with low sprinkled water than with drip. And we're talking about a fifth of an acre property. We're not talking about anything massive here. So we've been struggling with sort of how to figure out how to do this within the regulations, and we understand the regulations and why they are being imposed, but it is a conundrum.
I wonder if we might be able to follow up with you afterwards.
I can give Dave a call.
Yeah, that'd be great, John. We'd be happy to help out.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you both. Thank you all.
Thank you, John. Dave, it looks like you have a couple of calls coming your way.
That's good. We're here to help.
That's right. Okay, we'll keep on moving here. Let's see, is there a Harriet on the call? Harriet Apple? Or Appel? Harriet, are you there? If you are, can you unmute yourself for us? Okay, we can come back. Okay, has to unmute. Okay, we can come.
I see Sharon. I don't, next on my screen. I don't know if yours is showing.
Yeah. Sharon, are you happen to be there? Sharon, are you?
Yeah.
There we go. Hi.
Thank you guys for this. It's very informative. I have two questions. The first one is, I keep seeing in the Q&A that the video, I guess the recording of this will be on your website, but will the PowerPoint be available separately?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then my second question is, during this, I figured out how to look at my water budget information, but I don't quite understand it. What does ET small o mean?
Ursula, are you there? Would you mind maybe going over, since you're talking about the bill, and I know Dave can talk about the evapotranspiration, maybe you both can kind of get on that a little bit. Dave, would you talk about the ETO real quick? And then Ursula, could you talk about like the structure of the bill?
Yeah, absolutely. So the ETO stands for evapotranspiration. And so that's the plant use of water. So it's synonymous with what the plant water demand is. And that changes through the year. So the plants would use less water during the winter period when ETO values or evapotranspiration is lower than it is in the summertime when plants use more water and the evapotranspiration rates are higher.
So just so I know, while I'm looking at my water budget, how do I know if I'm in? It says this bill period budget, efficient indoor and efficient outdoor. Does that mean I'm doing good?
Yeah,
oh, actually, I can answer that question. So when you look at your water budget, you have a little box at the bottom of your bill on the right-hand side. It's actually, as of this month, going to be red for ease of being able to find it on your bill. And so you have an efficient indoor budget, which is 55 gallons per person per day. So that goes by how many residents that you have in your house. And then your outdoor budget goes by the square footage of your irrigated area. Those together become your efficient indoor and your outdoor. And then if you go above that, then you're going to go into the inefficient tier and the excessive tier. And so we actually are making some changes to the bill where you're going to see an estimate going forward starting next month, where you'll be able to see a number that you need to kind of aim towards. Also, you can go to our Water Smart portal and sign up, and that will show you in near real time your budget, or not your budget, but your usage. So if you want to monitor it daily or weekly, or set up alerts where you can be alerted if you have water events happen, that's a very helpful way to stay within your budget and know where you are between receiving your actual bills each month.
So Okay, so why does my efficient indoor and efficient outdoor number change? Is that stating what I used?
If you're talking about the actual charges on your bill, not
No,
the
I'm just
budget.
looking at that water budget information, not charges.
So your actual water budget should stay the same as far as your indoor and your outdoor. It will vary a little bit with the ET factor, like Dave explained, depending on if we've had rain or not, that can adjust it a little bit. But other than that, it should stay pretty steady each month.
Yeah, and just the number of days sometimes fluctuates in the billing period, and so that's why your indoor number will change a little bit.
Well, I've got changes in my indoor. 1 month it's 8.24 and the next month it's 10.59. I don't quite understand what that means. And then this is that my April, I'm looking at my April and May bills due in April and May. And I just, so the only things that are the same are the residence and the landscape area. The ETO for the period changes. I understand that. Efficient indoor and outdoor has pretty big changes. I don't understand that. And my total water budget changes from 10.16 to 14. And then, and I don't understand that. And then the last thing is the estimated budget for next bill, that low and high. Does that mean what I'm allowed to use, or I don't understand?
So Sharon, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is call you tomorrow, because it seems like you have quite a few questions, and I'd be happy to look at your account and go over your bill with you.
I have tried to call, but I held for like an hour. So
I understand. We've had increased calls due to the drought, but I will reach out to you directly so you don't have to call us.
You have my number?
I have your account, but
yeah,
I'll look it up. I don't want you to have to give your number over.
Yep.
Form.
My number's on the account. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks a bunch.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sharon. Very good. Okay. It looks like that we have Julian. Julian, are you on the phone?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi, Julian.
Hi. Yeah. So my question is I've newly moved into the area, but I've been a resident overall, but I've been a DWP customer, so I'm first exposure to this. I installed a ratio that you guys put in as a program. Is there any more progress towards more programs like that? Because, that was really nice as far as that, savings of putting in a ratio to help with our watering. And I think, I was looking at the low flow toilets and I was just thinking, if there could be some sort of program set up with like Home Depot or Lowe's where, you can get a special price as a resident, maybe not necessarily have to subsidize it, but just a collective bargaining agreement in a way, if you would call it, not only for that, but for the other items.
Hey, Mr. Roberts, would you be able to maybe answer that question, please?
Yeah. Yeah, Julian, thanks. I'm glad to hear that you're actually getting water savings from the ratio device, and I'm excited to hear that it's working really well for you. So we don't have any programs specifically similar to that at this point. However, if you go to SoCalWatersmart.com, there is a listing of residential and commercial rebates that are available on that site.
Yeah.
And they do have rebates that are available for high efficiency appliances, including low water use toilets as well.
Okay, great. And I guess my follow-up question is, because we did end up swapping out our washer and dryer. And one of the washers we got says it's high efficiency, but it's not on the list. And do you know if that would still qualify?
Boy, that would be a question for the Metropolitan rebate folks.
Okay.
Yeah, because I do know that they have an extensive list of appliances that are eligible. However, I'm not sure exactly what the procedure is to determine if yours that says as high as efficiency is eligible. So I would encourage you to reach out to them.
Okay. And then my last one was, I've been trying to find people who know how to harvest rainwater off of the roofs. And I feel kind of like I'm getting sold by a bunch of salesmen who don't really know what they're talking about. Is there a list or a way of getting a list of people who know how to harvest this and put it into, because I've been watching, it goes into a cistern and then you can pump it out. But do you have like a list of people who know what the heck they're talking about? Because I can't seem to find anybody. They all seem to pretend like they do, but when it comes down to it, they don't really seem to know what they're talking about.
Yeah, we don't have a list, Julian, but I can certainly reach out to some of the landscape architects that I'm aware of that
Okay, that'd be great.
specialize in that type of kind of watershed design for your property, and do have extensive contacts that we might be able to get you in contact for having somebody to help you with that. You know, the calculation itself is relatively straightforward based upon the number of design storms that we have per year and the size of your roof. The question then really becomes the capacity of storage that you're wanting to invest in. So do you want to go with a smaller rain barrel, or do you want to invest in a larger cistern? And then the questions then become, is it above ground cistern, or do you want to have a below ground? And then how do you connect it to your irrigation system and distribute that water, or do you not? So those are then the questions that you need to begin asking.
Yeah, because everybody can seem to do the rain barrels and put it in, but like I was talking to somebody, but like, what if we put up, because if I collected all the rain off my roof based off those calculations, it'd be 5,000 gallons. If I had a 5,000 gallon tank, how do I get it out of it? But nobody seems to know how to do that.
Yeah, there's ways that you can do that. There's ways that you can pump it up out of, if it is in a below ground cistern system. So yeah, we can work with you on that, Julian, and I'll have
that would be great.
Get your contact information for us.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Thank you,
That's
Jillian.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thanks for being here and asking some great questions.
Thank you.
You got it. Okay. I think that we're going to try Harriet again. Harriet, are you there? Harriet, are you there? Okay. We'll have to move on from Harriet for now. Okay. All right. We will move on to, is it Mr. David Mizone? David, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Yes. Hi.
Okay. Hi there. Well, again, thanks everyone for making this happen, and you guys have stayed the course here. So you probably should go for a beer after this. I know it's been a long day. So just a couple of things. One, earlier on in the session, you mentioned that we're better off to delay making any landscape changes based on the fact that you need to establish, new plants, even if they're drought tolerant. I guess, and it will come to my second point as well. I guess is it better to do something rather than nothing right now, though, rather than just kind of let the lawn die? I mean, my plan was to do something last fall, and that didn't happen. And now, obviously, it's kind of coming home to roost a little bit because I have a lot of grass on my property. And I just feel like I need to do something, even if I'm just digging up dirt myself. So I guess my question is, do I just, let it go brown and do something in the fall, or do I try and do things now? The second part was that I know there are rebates out there, for ripping up lawns, etc. But there's there's restrictions that go with it. For example, obviously you've got to add in guttering all around your property, etc. As an example, there's also a baby formula shortage right now, right? And so what they're doing at the federal level is they're relaxing some of the regulations so that the supply can increase. And I'm wondering if maybe looking at making some of the rebate programs a little less restrictive in what you have to do might encourage people to at least do something. If everybody does a little bit, maybe we can accomplish a lot. So I guess those are my two main points. And the only other thing I kind of noted down here is you were mentioning, or a gentleman earlier was mentioning, he's already installed a drought tolerant system and was concerned that he has to water every 10 days and would be on a weekly system. I guess my comment would be is I hope common sense would prevail, and that you're going past that gentleman's house and he's got a drip system going and a drought tolerant landscape, he shouldn't get a warning. But that's an opinion. So I'll leave it at that. So
thank you, David. We appreciate those sentiments. I'll see if Dave Roberts, just because I don't mean to keep calling on you, Dave. Do you have any suggestions about the rebates? I know that that's probably more of a metropolitan question about like, the specific rebates. So David, I don't know if you would want to get a hold of Metropolitan and talk to them specifically about that, because they are the ones that we usually tell customers to go to for rebate options. Dave, I don't know, Mr. Dave Roberts, I don't know if you have anything else that you would like to add to that to help David out.
No, other than I do know that Metropolitan is being very generous with extensions for turf replacement rebates because of this very situation. So if you wanted to apply for that rebate, you can extend that rebate opportunity into the future and to some point that you're more comfortable with making that transition. My suggestion for you at this point would be to not make the transition just because of the uncertainty with the water supply conditions currently. Hopefully things will get better, but in all likelihood, things will get a little worse before they get better. And so I think that with that sentiment in mind, I would avoid making large changes to your landscape. However, I would encourage you, if you're able to begin making the shift to a drip system.
And one other thought, you might want to submit, you might submit your application for the program, the Metropolitan program. It allows $2 per square foot. We have worked on trying to get more flexibility. It used to be that you had to show that you had healthy turf that you were replacing. And we got a lot of feedback that people had let their turf die already. And so I believe the program now allows you still to qualify if you've actually already let your turf die. And so you might want to get in the queue. And that way, when you are ready, and hopefully when the conditions improve, that you'll actually be ready to be funded under the program.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Dave.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And again, I guess to put it another way, because I don't want to be about me getting a rebate. I guess I'm just thinking maybe we could put more of, at a local level, put more of an educational piece out, and maybe this is incorrect, but if you were to tell me, hey, versus letting your lawn just suffer and water it less, maybe you could kind of start the transition, rebate or no rebate, about maybe laying some mulch down over your grass or whatever it needs to do to kind of prepare it for next year. when maybe the water situation is better to go to more drought tolerant. Again, I'm just thinking of, we can't afford to wait. To your point, we don't know what it'll be like next month, but what can we do with those of us that have grass lawns that we realize it needs to go away. I mean, it's long term, it needs to go away. What can we do today to start transitioning in that process?
Yeah, David, you make some good points, and certainly we work closely with Metropolitan on many different programs, and we can definitely have conversations with them about some type of in between option potentially. So that was a good suggestion.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, David. We appreciate that very much, and thanks for spending time with us.
Sure.
Cool. All right. Let's see here. I believe that we have Mr. Steven Ginsberg. Steven, are you on the phone, or are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes. Hi.
Well, I know you guys have a big challenge, and I've been on a couple of committees on budgets, and I guess a couple of these are comments and then others are suggestions, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around this 1 day a week policy that has been determined, which ultimately doesn't even meet the goal of what we're trying to accomplish as a water usage, which is to cut our usage by 50%. How I cut my usage, where I want to use my water, if I want to be stingy and just water my front lawn that I just spent money on last year and let everything in my backyard die. My question is, why are you guys doing 1 day usage, but not, like to the other gentleman's point, I have other zones that I water 1 day every day for 1 minute. And I have some zones that I water once every 7 days. And it just doesn't make sense. This policy is trying to fit everyone, and it doesn't. You can simplify it just by making it simple. Cut your usage. Why is that not the policy?
Yeah, Dave, do you want to start that answer?
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I think the point's well taken. The simple answer is it was a metropolitan policy that was implemented, but we did talk with Metropolitan when they were formulating it, and we had discussions about different strategies and trying to give residents the option on how to use their water and not being so prescriptive. The challenge was in coming up with a simple message that the average person can understand who is not as knowledgeable about water. And ultimately what prevailed at Metropolitan was that the 1 day a week watering strategy was easy to understand and easy to communicate. But
that's my point, is that you got the person who says, I have this condition and this condition. Everyone's got different conditions, and you've actually made it more complicated because you're saying you can water by hand every day and keep your grass green, but you really can't water every day by hand and keep your grass green because you're going to go over budget, no different than the drip system. So you've complicated the whole process in my mind, because the one gentleman says, I water every 10 days. I have a zone that I do water every 10 days, but I also have a zone I just water 1 day a minute. I don't need 8 minutes on one zone. So I'm asking you guys to go back and, like politics, you guys it's been overcomplicated. I've got to cut my budget by 50% in order, and so does everyone else. And if I want to take showers at a gym, if I decide not to use any water in my home and allocate it all to my outside, that's the ultimate goal. Where I put my water shouldn't be anyone's decision but mine, or anyone's, I think. And that's the goal, is you want me to cut 50%, let me decide. And that's simpler. That's basically simplistic. It's easy to understand. Cut your usage or get fined.
Yeah. In short, I agree with you. I think you're right. And
and I think you're gonna have people walking around giving fines to people, and you don't need to spend labor, because ultimately it comes down to, I don't want to be stingy, but I put $10,000 in my front yard, last year, and it's green, and now I'm gonna have to kill it because I can't. I would rather let my backyard grass die and keep my front yard green, as an example. So I should be able to water it when I want it and just cut my budget. That's bottom line where I think a lot of people are. The other question I have is for those with hot water heaters that are that take about a minute to get warm. What devices do you know that are available if we don't have a recirculating system to somehow save that water versus having to put a bucket in and dump it into a storage tank?
Joe, do you want to chime in on that?
Well, I mean, the cheapest, simplest thing is to capture that water in a bucket. You could use it outdoors, water tree, etc., or you could actually use that water to pour into your toilet to have it flush. So
okay,
that's the simple answer. There are these expensive recirc systems on the hot water system, but anyways, but that option is available, of course, to customers.
There are some retrofit systems for recirc. I have not tried it myself, but they're relatively low cost that you could look at as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have the Braccio system, and I've been able to go through and I actually step on my meter as an example and see how many gallons I use in each zone, and I got to convert that to gallons. But I've gone through and done the math, and I've tried to water my lawn once a week, and it's not going to stay green. So to the point of you guys trying to say water once a week, you're actually wasting water because it's not going to keep a grass green. So it's either let it die or figure out a better way to keep it green, which is, less more often, and figure out what you're going to let die in your backyard if you want to. But I'm asking you guys to go back to the board, because once a week just doesn't suffice for keeping something green. And it's like a human body. If you said you got to drink a gallon a day, and all of a sudden I said, hey guys, you can't drink a gallon a day, you got to drink all 8 gallons in one day, you're going to drown. That's basically what you're asking everyone to do with their usage outdoors. It doesn't fix the problem, because one day a week could still cause people to use more water still, and 1 day a week is still going to cause the grass to die. And people are voicing their opinion, they don't want the grass to die, is what I'm hearing. So I think there's more work on your end to go back to figuring out a better way to skin the cat and try to make it work for everyone. To the person that waters every 10 days, to the person that wants to water once a day for 1 minute in one zone and 7 minutes in one zone another day, once a week.
Well, thank you, Stephen, for your comments.
I know you guys have got a lot going on, but I mean, I've done a lot to try to save with solar and stuff. I just, find it hard that we're taking something so simple, which is cut your usage, and making it more complicated.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks for being
All right.
here and for your comments. We
All right.
appreciate that.
Take care, guys. Good
You
luck.
too. Bye now.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. We have Stephanie Bauer. Stephanie, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Hi.
I just want to thank you all for the work you've done in this town hall. And Dave Roberts, you've done a great job fielding a lot of these questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the landscape design industry, similar to Colleen. And I know I'm going to get a lot of questions from my clients. You've answered a lot of them, but just to get an overall understanding, when they come back to me, because a lot of them have a hybrid system where we do as much drip as we can, but some areas will use the low flow sprinklers, the MP rotators. And I'd like to have an answer for them when they say, how does this work for me? Can I bring them back to their overall water budget and say, really what we're trying to do is stay under your 150% water budget allotment. And as long as we can do that, I think the city will be amenable to how we administer the water. Does that sound like a good way to work with it, or what are your thoughts on that?
Dave, do you want to?
I like the idea, but we are still faced with having to implement you sort of have two things: an action-based system where we're limiting watering to 1 day a week that we need to adhere to meet the requirements of Metropolitan Water District, and then also our budget system. So we actually have to do both.
Mm-hmm. So the drip system, though, you're allowing for that part to be more than once a week, correct?
Right. Yes.
And if I would imagine that if it came to that, we could argue that the low flow sprinklers are sort of in line with the drip system, and that they're not using the same amount of water as a standard sprinkler. They're using a quarter of the water, basically.
Yeah,
I know that's splitting hairs.
It's a good comment that I think we need to take back and look at, because the 8-minute watering duration was not proposed considering some of the higher efficiency low flow nozzles.
Yeah.
So I think we might need to look at that and how we handle that.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Stephanie. We appreciate you being here too.
Right. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I see that we have, is Beverly? Beverly, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Beverly.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here too.
My pleasure. My question is concerning the 8-minute watering period within 1 day a week. And I was thinking, well, would it be allowable to water, say to do it in 2 sections, because I don't think I need to water a full 8 minutes. So if I took it in half and say Tuesday is my day. So if I set the watering system to go off at 1:00 a.m. Tuesday morning for 4 minutes, and then set it to go off at 11:30 p.m. that same day for 4 minutes, would that still be within the allowable range and allow my lawn at least to feel like it was getting watered 2 times a week? And then after that, I could water by hand, a couple of days later.
Yes.
Beverly, you've hit the nail on the head right there.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yes. So the answer is yes, you can do that.
I can do that. Okay, because I know it's a very tight budget, but at least I'm just trying to utilize that one day to the best advantage. And, you know, for the plants, maybe they won't quite know that it's, you know, they're being starved, but I can at least accommodate the other 5 days doing it by hand. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beverly. That was a great question and a great comment. That was great. Sure, I think there's just going to be some other people who may take that strategy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay, I think that we have, is Martin? Martin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Martin.
Yes. I was wondering, you know, quick question. We have a huge ocean. Why aren't we calculating some of the water to help out the problem?
Martin, I think we're having a hard time hearing you. It was a little bit staticky there.
I think he asked about ocean desal.
Yes, I have.
Okay, Joe, did you want to talk about that one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in as well. So ocean desal is extremely expensive. It's very energy intensive. There are all kinds of environmental hurdles to get through, permitting. It is not an easy endeavor. Very, very, very expensive. You can imagine trying to build a desal plant in Malibu as well to deliver water to our service area. Would not go over well with residents that live in Malibu. So it is really, but it is a resource of last resort. You know, it's certainly something that could come into play at some point, but right now our focus is on our pure water project. Dave, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I'll just add, I think it was a little bit hard to hear you, Joe, but I think, you know, ocean desal is one water supply strategy that we need to consider. I think typically we've looked at recycling as being a more cost-effective way to create new water, and we're working on that. But I do think with the water challenges that we're facing, we need to be willing to consider things that we might not have considered before. And although it's unlikely that we would build an ocean desal plant in Malibu, it's possible we could partner with our neighbors in Ventura County, and maybe an ocean desal plant that could serve a larger area, and including us as a partner could be a possibility in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments on that.
Thank you, Martin. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Do we have Steve Purcell? Steve, are you there?
Hi, yes, we're Steve and Cynthia are here.
Hi, Steve and Cynthia.
Hi, Liz. What I've been hearing tonight is a lot of people in the past have really changed over a lot of their water usage to drip systems and things like that. And a few years ago, the Las Virgenes Water District took pictures of everyone's house and yard and asked how many people lived at the residence. And this was done to give each residence, you know, like a budget of their individual water needs based on what is at each address. I want to know if that is where your water budget comes from, because my concern is we are like many of these other people that have come on and I mean, we have turned everything over to drip and been very conservative, where we've seen our neighbors just water, you know, any old time when it's raining because they don't know how to use their system. That where you're getting your water budget from. I don't want to feel like I'm going to be reprimanded for having done such a good job over all these years to conserve, change everything over into, you know, low flow in the house doing the best that we can, where are you getting your water budget numbers from?
Ursula, did you want to chime in?
Sure. So the water budget on your bill, the indoor is based on the number of people that you have in your household, and that is usually asked when you move in. We did also send out in 2015, like you're referring to, for everybody to fill out a budget request form. The outdoor budget is based on your outdoor need, which is your irrigated area. And if you have a pool, we take that into account as well. On our website, we do have an irrigated or a budget request adjustment form. You can go online and fill that out. If you have any changes, or if you see on your bill, you feel it's incorrect, we can help you with that and assess the needs and see if you did any landscape changes, if you have more people moving in or out of your house. So that is something that is able to be changed. You just need to fill out the form, and it's on our website, or you can contact customer service and we can help get that to you.
Okay, so it doesn't look into what we've done last year or the year before. I just don't want to feel like I'm going to be, my hands getting slapped because I never used the amount of water that I see my neighbors use.
Yes, if you've made any changes, always contact the district to let us know so we can review those changes with you and see if we need to change your budget.
So you do look at previous water use. That's the
No, we don't look at your previous water use, but if you've made changes to landscaping, or if you've taken away or added landscaping, we do need to know so we can have your budget accurately reflected.
And I think what the concern might be is we're not actually comparing your usage this year to previous years. We're actually comparing it to the budgeted amount. So if you've made changes to help reduce your water usage, you should be in really good shape.
Well, but I did that, 10 years ago. That's why I want to know if your water budget is strictly the number of people in the house and my outside size of property of, irrigated property. Those are the only two factors, and it doesn't go into the fact that I've always been conserving.
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's actually looking at, the square footage of irrigated area, and the budget is created based on that. And then the fact that you've been always conserving is going to mean that you're going to easily be within your budget.
Okay, then I just want to mention anybody with lawns, if they're going to try and keep them, to irrigate them and then to mulch them, because if you don't irrigate it and put the little plugs in, that water after 7 days will never permeate and will just simply roll off. So unless you irrigate your lawn areas, if there's any kind of slope, aerate it, you will just lose the water you're trying to, get underneath the soil, because it dries out and it'll just slip off. So just everyone, if they would aerate their, any slopes, or it'll just help get that 8 minutes of water under the ground.
Well, thank you, Steve and Cynthia. We appreciate those comments. And thank you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And let's see, we have, is Ryan on the call? Fioravanti. Ryan, are you there? Hi, Ryan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Okay, yeah, so I had a question on the bill and how it's back to kind of the water budget and how it's calculated. Because you give this estimated budget for the month, which has a high and a low range. And so, from my perspective, it makes it really difficult to try and figure out, what is that exact value you're trying to stay under?
Ursula, this is, I think you're the best suited to answer this one.
Yes, and we actually are changing that. So on your next month's bill, hopefully you will see just one number that will be the number that you should shoot to not go over. That will be the budget that would be best for you each month. So we have taken into account that the high and the low can be a bit confusing for customers. So we are in the process of changing that right now, and you should see that reflected on your next bill.
Okay, and so if you hit that number, you should be okay. Because the reason I ask is I had a problem maybe a year or so ago where you have this forecast kind of low and high range, and like I came in under the low range, and then I was still billed an excess tier, and I called and inquired why, and they just say, oh, it's based on a number of factors, but once again, it makes it really difficult to figure out, how you're supposed to cut something by 50% when you don't know what that value actually is.
Exactly. And we are taking that feedback from customers such as yourself. We have heard that before. And so that's why we're making the change to make it easier for the customers to know exactly what you need to aim for with your budget.
Okay, and you said that'll go into effect on, I guess that would be the June bill at that point, or?
We have it scheduled to go on June bill. Hopefully there are no delays, but it will be out shortly. We are actively working on that to get it out as soon as possible.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
All right, okay. It looks like that we have Brad Klein. Brad, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Hey, Brad.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how's it going?
Pretty good. Good
Cool.
job tonight. Not easy.
Thank you.
These are huge changes.
Yes.
I guess my question was, I almost forgot it. It's been so long.
Thanks for hanging on.
I'm curious, like there's a lot of people that don't know how to change their irrigation controllers. Is there a resource for people to find that, to be able to make these changes, or like lists of companies maybe, or anything like that?
Yeah, I think Mr. Roberts is the person to answer those questions, Brad.
Yeah, Brad, we are in the process right now of developing an email to all of the customers in the service area that do have a ratio to explain to them how they can adjust the controller to, excuse me, get to a 1 day per week for the 8 minutes. So as David mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation at the beginning of the meeting, you will have to disable the flex schedule that you have on the controller now if you do have a flex schedule, and you'll have to convert that to a fixed schedule. And then we will be sending all of this information in an email to all of the Ratio customers. If you're not a Ratio customer, then you can go ahead and give us a call here. We have staff here that are familiar with a lot of the different controllers, and we can help to give you some guidance on how to make the adjustment to other than a Ratio controller, what you might need to do to reduce that irrigation.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right. It looks like that we have Gregory Epstein. Are you there? Gregory, there you are.
How are you?
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Couple questions. Local landscape contractor in the area, and the challenge we see is that the local agencies are not all on the same page. So how do we encourage that? Watering schedules change from across the street from one another property, depending on the purveyor. How does all of Southern California become one in this united front? Obviously with conservation would be my first question.
Yeah, Dave, would you like to answer that one?
Yeah, I mean that's a good question, because we have streets where the rules will be different on either side of the street, and that really doesn't make sense. So I think long term we need to get away from the watering restrictions, and what I believe truly is having the budget-based system and helping people in California to become more informed on how they use water and to manage their own water within the budget. And actually there was a speaker before who was making that point. So I think actually that is the future, and that we help inform everybody what the right and efficient amount of water that's used and needed is, and then they can use it however they like.
Yeah, Gregory, I think you bring up, and Dave, you make a great point. I mean, one of the long-term solutions to our drought difficulties is having people redefine what their relationship and revalue what that relationship is with water, and use it more wisely, if you will, when it comes to what's important to them. And I think Dave's right. We don't want to be in the business of telling people how they need to use their water. We just want to ask them to be very like-minded, I guess, and to use it with a better education about it. And so I think that that's one of the long-term strategies that's going to be important just for the water industry as a whole to try to implement, is to educate all Californians about how precious the resource is and to prioritize how they're going to be using that.
Yeah, the challenge that's in front of professionals, that do this for a living and manage multiple properties in LA County, Ventura County, the regulations are different. I mean, Newbury Park, certain areas have 3 days a week water. Calabasas is now 1 day a week water. The valley's 2 days a week water. So there's not an even playing field. And I really recommend that all the water agencies get on the same page. Number one, from the professional standpoint of being able to program timers accurately and know where they are, because it's not easily identified when you walk onto a property to tell you who the water purveyor is for a contractor. So it's something that I think is a gap, and I think there's some room for improvement that would help everyone out. The second thing is you're discussing the ratio controllers. But having smart irrigation systems is now, we're putting them in dummy mode. So all that investment in infrastructure that people have been encouraged to do now basically goes by the wayside. So how do you recommend that professionals encourage people to save water if, when installing professional systems, we're forcing them back to dummy mode?
I could answer that real quick. Can you hear me okay?
No,
Yeah,
can you
it's
talk
hard
up,
to
Joe?
hear you, Joe.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit
If
better.
you talk loud.
So the purpose of still going, having ratios installed is, even though we're putting them in dummy mode, is we're also looking at long-term. And so when things do return to more normal, we would like for customers to take advantage of those functions that ratio offers.
I understand the ratio for the residential based units, but you have weather stations on site. You have all these different ET based systems that are beneficial because that's what's good, especially when you have acre size homes. The ratios really don't work. What's the benefit to or motivation for a homeowner to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair point. Is we're incentivizing customers to put in ratio controllers, and then we're implementing drought restrictions that basically disable all of the valuable components of the controller, right?
Exactly.
So I think the way I think about this is we've got to get out of the business of doing what we're doing is this drought cycle where we're in emergency and we're imposing these kinds of restrictions. So I personally think we need to do better. We need to improve the reliability of our water supply so we're not facing an emergency when we're in a time of drought like this. And I think that's really the future. And I hope in my time here that we aren't doing this again in the next drought. We are, though, in an emergency, and so we're just having to make do, and it's imperfect.
Are you guys, sorry to cut you off, are you guys including bubblers as drip system and not considering that as overhead spray for if you want a hard pipe in for trees and irrigation?
Yeah, Joe, do you know how we're handling bubblers, Joe?
Bubblers are not considered drip.
Even if they're a low flow, 1 gallon per hour?
If they're adjusted that way, but see, this is why we still have the 50% reduction in play, because that's the backstop. We're not going to be able to monitor, we're not coming on properties and seeing exactly how much water is dripping out of drip systems. Or
yeah, I would just say nobody's going to see that the bubbler's running. So I think, really the focus is the spray irrigation.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Greg. We appreciate your time.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. We have a Mr. Gary Burns. Gary, are you on the call? Are you here?
I am still here.
Hey, thanks for hanging on.
Hi, Gary.
Thank you very much. Hi, Dave. I want to thank everybody. I don't remember a Zoom that I've been on in the last 2 years that have had more than 1,000 or 1,800 people. But I have a slightly different concern, and I won't be too long with it. I'm concerned that I'm not as worried about my trees and my grass. I'm worried about not having water coming out of my faucet a year or two from now. So it was very interesting what you had to say, Dave. I learned, I didn't realize that the snow is evaporating and it's not even melting down. I thought that was very important. But here's the point which I've mentioned before, and that is we have all these unique people on this call with a lot of good common sense and thoughts about how to save water. I'd like to see the Las Virgenes Department form a commission, or at least a committee, with all of the intelligent people in Malibu and Westlake and Agora and Hidden Hills and here in Calabasas to see if there is something that we can all do and cause us not to forget that we have to do something after this and actually try to push that pure water ahead. I noticed in the comments from 2030 to 28, why can't it be done by 2024? So that if it's a problem 2 years from now, we might have something. There's a sense of urgency that we do not forget again what has happened. And I know that I read in the Acorn years ago, why is the water going up 5% every year? Well, nobody wanted to pay for the efforts that were needed to make sure that this drought didn't happen. So let's all keep that in mind and try to stay focused, not on every soccer game that our kids are doing, but also making sure that we work hard at seeing what we do leave for our kids. I'm president of the Mulholland Heights Homeowners Association. A couple of years ago, we took out 30,000 square feet of turf, replaced it with drip irrigation. Las Virgenes paid us about $65,000, which paid for all of the work, but we were very proactive in 2016 and 2017 in making sure that this was taken care of. So we are going to be within budget, or certainly maybe our basketball field, which is still grass, will be brown, but the rest of everything should be able to hold up. So again, I urge everyone to not go back and watch TV and do what's necessary to run your lives for the future we now need to leave to the people who are going to live here after us.
Gary, you make some wonderful comments, and we appreciate how conscientious you are about your water usage, and also that your HOA is as well. And I really like the idea that you bring up about creating sort of like a regional task force that talk about what we can do and collaborate on to benefit all of us. So when the next drought comes, that we're better prepared and that we're not having to create a sense of urgency from, basically standing still. And I think that you bring us some really good points, and that would be something that I would take on myself to create that sort of like collaborative task force between all the communities. So it's good call.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. I don't want to take too much more time. Let me just think that, I don't see any of our senators or congressmen here tonight. I haven't seen anything in the paper about it. I have read about possibly reusing some of the oil pipelines down from Canada, buying water from other states. I understand Texas reservoirs are overflowing and there's no way to get that water over to the Colorado River. I've certainly seen the aqueduct and the piping systems that you have. It's astounding. It's astounding that some of the electronics is still from 1955 and it works really well. But I'd like to see us get the government and the federal government involved. You can't have 100 million people in the West not have water. Where are we going to go? That's my thought.
That's a great point, Gary. I mean, these are things that we do think about all the time. And I think that that's a major concern just for the industry itself is how do we accommodate long-term water reliability for so many people? It definitely keeps a lot of us up at night. So appreciate
thank you. I'm going to try and do as much as possible and maybe even run for the water board here in local Calabasas.
Sounds good, Gary. Thank you so much. And thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and believe that we have, let's see here. Do we have, is Christine? Christine, are you there? There you are.
Hey there.
Hey.
My question, sorry about that. My question is in regards to horses versus outdoor water use. Like, how do you distinguish it? And you can't reduce watering your horses, quote unquote. So that's where I'm kind of frustrated and upset with, like, I don't know what else to do if I'm on a drip system plus I have horses.
Yeah, good question, Christine. Ursula can answer that question directly.
Hi, Christine. So we do give a livestock variance of 30 gallons a day per animal. So if you have not previously filled out a budget request form, if you will fill one out, you can do it on our website or contact customer service and we can.
No, I have.
Okay. Okay. That will not be changing. You'll still be allowed to have your livestock variance.
And you will still be able to water your horses.
Yes.
That will not be limited by day of the week.
But how do you guys determine what is drip versus horses? Because my property is primarily drip and then I have horses.
So on your outdoor budget, you have the square footage, which is for your irrigation area. And then on top of that, you have a variance that is for the horses. So when we reduce your actual budget by the 50% for outdoor watering, it does not touch that extra variance that you receive for your horses. Now, will we know when you go to the faucet and fill up for your horses versus your drip system? We're not going to know that, but it's not going to affect on the bill your actual variance we put on there to water your horses.
Okay, and then I guess my last question is I'm looking at my bill right now and I'm very confused by it. Where can I go to understand this a little bit more? I'm sorry, I'm very confused.
That's okay. I'll be happy to help you. I can reach out to you tomorrow if you would like, and we can go over your bill.
I would appreciate so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thanks for staying on the call and being with us.
Thank you.
You got it. All right. All right. Teresa? Teresa, are you on the call?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. I'm actually going back to a question that wasn't answered by a previous caller. She actually asked two at once and you only answered the second one. But it had to do with your recycle water that a resident can pick up at 300 gallons. That's approximately 2,400 pounds. How does a consumer make use of that?
I think there's different ways to do that, but I also know that John Zhao here and probably Dave Roberts would be best to answer that question for you.
Yeah, it's up to 300 gallons. So you can get less, and maybe it's easy to transport. All you need is a watertight container. And the way you use that, some of our residents, they have specialized trailers, which has the 300 gallon container. Then they have a pump system on the trailer. And then the pump system will dispense the water to where they want the recycled water go. And it also depends on how accessible your yard is and how big your yard is with how much water you use. So it depends on specific. If you have some specific questions, I'll be more than glad to talk to you about and maybe share some experience, some of the customers that shared with me.
Okay, so it's really not that practical for the average consumer in a neighborhood.
It's not convenient, but you know, sometimes you have trees you want to keep alive, and that water comes handy just to weather this emergency.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Kitty McNeil, are you there? McNeil, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
I am one of those unlucky people who am on auto pay and hadn't noticed that I had been overusing water for the last 3 months, even though I have all of the systems in place. I have the ratio, I collect my water while the shower's warming, etc. So I really, after I realized all that, I really started paying attention to that smart water program and set up my watering such that I could tell what everything was using. For example, I'd run my dishwasher at a certain time to see how much water that was actually using. And so I did that and go back to look at the water program online, and it doesn't show that any water was used. So I'm concerned about the accuracy of that. Either maybe it's just my individual meter or the webs, the collection of that data. I don't know that it's accurate. And it concerns me because I definitely do not want to get a flow restrictor put on my house. So that's my question.
So Mike, this might be one for Craig to answer.
Sure.
Craig, if you're there. But as far as, we recognize that we have quite a few customers that perhaps haven't been paying attention to the bills and the notices for the exceedances, et cetera. That's one reason why, even though the code would allow for us to install a flow restriction device after 3 exceedances, we wanted to give a little bit more cushion, so 4 minimum. But also customers could go on our website and fill out a commitment form and do those things on that form that would actually get you some additional exceedances. But we really are trying to give customers every opportunity to conserve and recognize that not everybody has been paying close attention to their bills. But Craig,
so is a commitment different than an appeal?
Yeah, the commitment form, it has some actions in there like registering for water survey. So it sounds like you've done that. Requesting a free water survey, installing a ratio or similar type of device. So there's a handful of things on there that you'll need to do in order to get additional exceedances to avoid
Okay,
restriction.
good to know.
Yeah, and Craig could answer the item regarding, I think it has to do with lag time, Craig, but maybe you could answer that.
It's not lag time because I literally set my dishwasher to run Friday, May 6th, or a few days ago. And I even went back and checked my camera to make sure what time I started it, and then went to the smart water program, and it shows that there was no water used during the hour that my dishwasher was running.
Hi, Kitty. Yeah, thank you for your question, and I'm glad that you've registered and got into Water Smart. I can definitely take a look at your account. I can see a few different things that maybe you cannot see, but I'm happy to look at your account and follow up with you if you'd be interested in doing so.
Yes, I would. Thanks.
The other
Okay,
thing
perfect.
for everyone tuning in is if you don't actually have the advanced meter installed yet, you won't get the day-to-day reads. You only get the month in the rears. So so that could be it too. But Craig will look at that and get back to you.
Okay, how will that get accomplished, Craig?
Well, how about this? Because again, I don't want to do that to get your information publicly, but is your account information up to date? Is there a contact number or an email?
I'll double check. It should be.
How about
up to date.
this? You have an email in WaterSmart that you've used. If that email is active, I'll go ahead and just email you
Yes,
tomorrow and we'll start there. How about that?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. You're welcome.
Kitty, before you go, I just want to say, it sounds like you're very conscientious for your water use. And we want to just encourage you to keep doing that. And also thank you for being just so proactive about it all. You seem to be like a model for us all to follow. So we appreciate that very much. It's awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right. Is Mr. David Whiteman on the phone or here?
Yes.
Hi.
And I think my questions were just answered in the last 2 questions, so I'll pass.
Okay, well, thanks for being here with us. And is Aman there? Aman, are you there?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for Aman, I just want to mention to everybody that we've had about 700 questions submitted. So if anyone's frustrated that we're not getting to you, we're doing our best. We've answered 389 questions so far. We still have 262 open questions. A lot of the open questions even are ones that are similar to ones that we already responded to. So just be patient. We will be answering all of these eventually and posting them on our website.
Thank you, Joe. Amnon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi.
Thank you for taking my call, and thank you for staying so late to answer the questions.
Thanks for being here with us.
I'm confused because I don't understand, if we have this crisis, how come that the city of Los Angeles have 2 watering days per week and we are limited to 1 watering day a week?
Dave, would you mind answering that?
Yeah, I can answer that. And the reason for that is I described at the beginning in the with the slides that Metropolitan, they have approved 2 different approaches to comply with the restrictions. One is the 1 day a week watering strategy. The other is to comply with the volumetric approach. And Los Angeles has decided to take the volumetric approach. And it generally works for them for 2 reasons. Their community is a lot different. They have they're more densely populated, and the volumetric allocation is based on population entirely. And also they have other local supply. The city of Los Angeles has the LA aqueduct that brings water from the Owens Valley, and they also have groundwater that they're able to rely on. And so they're able to take the volumetric approach and then supplement that with their local supply. And we don't have that opportunity here, and so it won't work in the same way for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amnon. Okay. Is Judson? Judson, are you there?
Hey, I'm here. How's it going?
Hey, it's going okay. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for all your efforts and obviously bringing awareness to the water conservation. I was reading about the Our Pure Water project, and I'm just curious. It's slotted to complete in 2030. What specifically is going to take that long, and what is involved in the infrastructure? Are you guys piping that to all the houses?
Yeah, so good question. We're actually, we're looking at trying to do the project sooner. 2030 was the original time frame. It's based in part on a regulatory time frame. We're actually looking at doing it by 2028 or maybe even sooner. It is a very large project. There's a lot of infrastructure that's needed, an advanced water treatment facility that we need to build. We also need to build pipelines, an 11-mile brine pipeline, and a purified water pipeline. Altogether, the project is about $250 million. We're going to be seeking grants and low interest loans. So when you put all that together, it takes time to secure the funding, complete the environmental process, and then actually design and construct the project. But I think we feel a sense of urgency to move the project forward, and this drought kind of highlights the need to really keep on it.
Right. Well, good luck. I plan to visit the that smaller facility you guys built. And what about picking up the wastewater? It sounds like a lot of people are interested in that. Is that source going to keep up with demand? Or there's no limit to that right now, right?
Yeah, the recycled water pickup, I think you're referring to, the only limit is the 300 gallons per trip. And really that's a limit really primarily for safety, because I think one of the previous commenters mentioned water is heavy. And so
Yeah.
we don't want people taking so much that their vehicle is unsafe. But we have customers, I think Farhad was one of them, who comes multiple times a day, and that's okay.
And you guys have plenty of that in the future if everybody starts doing that.
Well, our pure water project ultimately will be using that supply. So in the long term, our plan is when we build pure water, that actually all of that available supply would then go to this advanced water treatment plant, purified, and then it would be eventually pumped into the existing drinking water system. So essentially you wouldn't have to go pick it up because it would be conveyed right to your home.
Okay, very cool. Thank you and good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judson. All right. It looks like we have Jonathan.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. How are you?
Good, thanks so much for holding this town hall meeting. Can't believe you're still fielding questions. Thanks.
No, we're here, man.
Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Quick one for you. We were, like everyone else, caught a little bit off guard that we were going to be heading into such an extreme drought, and we're in the process of building a pool. Probably not the best timing, but what does that mean? Are we able to fill our pool, or is it going to sit empty?
Yeah, I know that, Dave, I know you can answer that, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good question. In fact, I think we just got a letter yesterday or the day before from the pool association about this very issue, and I think we need to figure it out. I'm open to hearing what. Do you have a suggestion on what to do? Fill the pool?
I think Jonathan's like, I want to have a pool, man.
Well, I mean, I think the issue is you build a pool and you need to fill it, right? And so, you know, I think we need to look at that and we need to come up with a common sense policy about it. I know this is important to the pool contractors, and they made some points in their letter. I believe the letter went to our entire board. So I think we need to come up with a proposal that makes sense. And if you have ideas on what that should be, I'm all ears.
Yeah, and maybe I'll follow up and try to send an email. I mean, I know we're headed into fire season right now, and pool water is a good source of fighting those fires, but obviously it's challenging given where we are. But yeah, maybe I'll try to follow up and figure out emails.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, is Doreen there? Doreen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, how are you?
Hey, we're doing okay. How are you doing?
Good, good. Hey, I gotta first tell you that I am not from your area, and actually I never even heard of it, but I have the weather app on my phone, my cell phone, and it comes with some videos dealing with you know, issues around the world, dealing with the weather. And so one of the videos was about the Lake Powell and Lake Mead water reduction issue, or you know, the recessed amount there.
Yeah.
And in there it had your link, so that's how I found you. I'm actually in Yorba Linda, which is North Orange County, and so and I grew up here, and I was away for 25 years, and I moved back. I've been back for about 8 years, so I went through one water reduction where we had the 2 days a week. I think it was 2016 or something, and they gave us like 10 minutes each station, 2 days a week. So I have been through it, and ever since we've been trying to really figure out ways on top of other ways to save. So I like all the different comments and things. But one of my questions was, one of the gals mentioned about like if you have house, what do you call it, horses, you got to water, and there's different variations. And so she mentioned to look at your bill on the top. There's a variant. What about homes like over here? There's a lot of people wanting to add on or add up, like a apartment above, or add on a room addition, or a, what do you call it, a mother-in-law home detached from the house. if they're in the process of that, that's obviously going to take up more water. What are you guys doing about that in the planning with your budget? People that are going to need water to supply those extra add-ons.
Yeah, Dave, I think you might be best suited to answer that question.
Yeah, I think you're referring to what's called an ADU or accessory dwelling unit. And in short, what we would do is add the people. So for the account, if there are more people that reside at that location, then we would add those people, and then the budget would be increased to reflect the water need for those additional people.
Oh, okay. My second question real quick, the recycled water, do you know over here where there's access to recycled water in North Orange County?
I know that Orange County has a pretty robust recycled water system, but I'm not sure about Yorba Linda. Is your water purveyor the Yorba Linda Water District?
Yes, right? Yes.
So we probably could put you in touch with the folks there and help you get some info about it.
Oh, okay. And how safe is, I had never heard of you using the recycled water myself. How, biofriendly wise, how safe is it, or what do they do to it?
It's very high quality water. It's completely safe, and in fact approved for all uses, including irrigating strawberries, where the water is coming in contact directly with the strawberries. So it's very safe.
Oh, okay. But not drinking.
It's not approved for drinking, not until it goes through advanced treatment.
Okay. And then I called our water district after seeing that video, and we're not on a restriction yet here. They just suggest decrease by 15%. I know there's an urgency, so I don't know about every county in California. Do you know in the major planning what's going to happen? Like, I think they should just kick in right now, 2 days a week.
Right. And, there are, drought affects different areas of the state differently, and there's always strange anomalies. But like, for example, Orange County, you have access to groundwater, pretty vast groundwater resources, and then also imported water from the Colorado River system. So in Orange County, you're in a bit better position. But there's no doubt conservation is needed everywhere. And the Colorado River system is facing some challenging times, and we're seeing groundwater overdraft. So I think conservation is something that we need to be focused on everywhere.
Yeah, I guess that comment was based off of like the one gentleman, the VIP guy. He's saying, be proactive. Don't wait till a emergency. That's where my question was coming from. But one last thing, I just give you a tip. When we did go to the water rationing we had before, we have older grass. It's Bermuda, and it thatches. It gets really thick. It's like cake. It's really thick. So I was trying to figure out what to do with that, because I felt like there's so much watering trying to penetrate in there. So I got a dethatcher, which was very cheap. It was $100, and it worked really, really good. Dethatched the grass, aerated it, and put some mulch or manure over it. And I found that instead of 10 minutes of watering, I only needed 3 minutes. And that was plenty. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But thank you for calling on me.
Thanks, Serene. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. And there's some great comments too. All right. Okay. Sarah, are you there? Sarah Key?
Yes.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much for putting this together, and we're sitting at 3.5 hours. You guys are just amazing and awesome, and we're in super unprecedented times. I completely heard you when you said that the water budget was radically decreased to 5%, and then we don't have the snow caps directly evaporating. So thank you so much for doing this. It's been really helpful for us. I put some comments in because I wasn't actually expecting you to call on me when you said there were 200 questions left. So I started putting stuff in the comments. So I'll just read it to you. With global warming, it has not been possible to accurately predict water supplies. The projections are off statewide and in the western part of the United States. Please have the projection models include the possibility that we may not be in a drought and stop assuming we will return to normal. The solution may be to assume that there is no known pattern due to the global systems changing much more rapidly than predicted. There's a lot going on with global warming and there's so many things changing. This would lead to investing fully in the water desalination plants, despite how expensive this is. And this solution may be the only reliable solution. So that's one thought that I'm having. And then another thought that I'm having is the California aqueduct is how you're transporting the water. And there's an enormous amount of evaporation. So I don't know if you guys have considered, I'm sure you have, but you would stop in a massive evaporation if you could cover it. Maybe that's just an unrealistic possibility. And the next thing is make it so that people can apply case by case for exemptions or variances, like the person who waters every 10 days and has created this amazing drought solution with natural plants or native plants. But if you created some people who care that much, you could create exemptions for them and variances for them so that it's not just this rigid system where it's one size fits all. And then the next thing is there's this amazing conversation going on, a lot of questions being answered in the Q&A. Can you make sure that, because on a Zoom recording, a lot of times you stop recording the Q&A when the recording stops and it just kind of goes away. I don't know how this works, but if you can make sure the Q&A is available on your website, because an enormous amount of questions have been answered very thoughtfully. So there you go. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Sarah, thank you for all those comments. You bring up some tremendous points. And we couldn't agree with you more. We know that global warming and climate change is a significant concern and issue that's driving rapid change. Certainly these erratic weather patterns that we've been experiencing, and it is like the main driver of the reason why we're in such a short water supply right now. And you're right, these are going to continue to evolve and probably become shorter in terms of times in between droughts and maybe even longer droughts. There's a lot of solutions that we have to collectively come up with to combat what we're seeing right now. We're planning and adapting in real time, and it's a huge challenge. And I think that this call, everything that we're talking about is truly moved right into adaptation. And we're all kind of a little bit caught off guard because it's very startling and surprising that it's here on our doorstep the way that it is right now. And so this is why it's so important for us to work together find solutions as a community and certainly as an industry. And you're right. And I know that Dave had brought this up before, and maybe Joe, desalination is an option, but it's always a last resort. Could we do that? Possibly. Are there other solutions that may be present? Maybe. We're going to have to work through this. I also had mentioned earlier that I'll take it upon myself to put together a task force in our communities so we can continue to look at solutions to help reduce our water usage. And I think that a lot of it comes down to the responsibility of the person at their home. We have to educate, as a district have to do a better job educating our community as much as we're asking our community to take more control of their water usage. So you bring up some really, really interesting points. I think that, I do a lot of reading on climate change and what's going on here out west. And there's a word that keeps sticking in my mind. It's called aridification. It's kind of a weird word, but it almost kind of gives the impression that the climate itself is evolving into more desert than it is Mediterranean, which is what it has been for, eons. And that's very concerning. And you can kind of see this right now with everything that's going on. And so we have a big hill to climb, but we have to do it united together. And I think that's one thing that our district is going to try to do is bring people together. Because when we have more people and more stakeholders involved, we're stronger and we have better solutions. So you bring up a lot of great points, Sarah.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Sarah.
Thank you.
Have a good night. All right, let's see here. We have Cheryl. Cheryl, you're still there?
I am.
Hi, thanks for waiting.
Oh,
we will get to everybody.
Oh
I
my
promise.
goodness. I'm telling you, I do Zoom calls at least several times a day. This is the longest one I've been on, and it's the most fascinating.
Awesome.
My Post-it notes have Post-it notes. So there's so much information and so valuable. I'm really a little startled on where to begin, to be honest. I hope that you all take a lot of the questions and answers and can compile it together, because starting at 6 o'clock through to now, my questions have answers, and those questions have answers, and it's perpetuated into me, if that makes sense. So first of all, we're all in it together. Let me just state a couple things just for information. I'm a Calabasas homeowner. I sit on the Architectural Landscape Committee of the Palatino Homeowners Association, proudly. And some of my questions are personal, and I'm going to rip through them so that I don't take too much of your time, because I think they could be answered very quickly, just to reiterate answers. And so first of all, what I want to say is flume. I hadn't heard that before. Is that something that every homeowner should register for? Or is that, I know in our neighborhood, all of our meters were changed, and perhaps we already have it. So I don't know demographically if that's something that, or that's one thing, is flume. I heard that. That sounds like a great thing to have. I don't know if someone's going to make a list of my questions and answer them. I don't know.
Well, Cheryl, we can answer. Craig, would you talk about the flume real quick for Cheryl?
I don't know where to go through. Honest to gosh, I'm overloaded. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Cheryl, let me address that first question. So you're correct. So your new advanced meter that was installed will provide you some of the benefit of all the benefits that a flume, despite the fact that the flume will just give you a lot more granular data. And what I mean by that is it'll give you consumption data every 15 minutes as opposed to hourly. Wow. So, I believe that SoCal Water Smart are actually offering rebates. I don't know where they're at with those, but they do offer $100 off. It's roughly $150. So the flume device is a nifty device. It comes with an app, and so it is absolutely encourage it. But maybe before you go that route, why don't you just start by registering your account in WaterSmart? And again, I'm available if you want to walk through. It has all the form and function of that, so with no cost to you.
Okay, so help me out. I was looking while we were chatting. I was looking at WaterSmart, the app. Oh, sorry. Everyone has a voice. WaterSmart app. I'll start there to register, and then I'm sure I can find your contact information.
Yeah, what I can do, and if you have an email on file, then I can use that even through WaterSmart to communicate with you. So
well,
if that works for you.
And if it's appropriate, I don't know who else in my community's on this call, but I feel like I would like to be an advocate for the community too. So not that I'm going to answer their questions, but at least direct them to the right place. So I'm speaking too quickly because I have so many questions. But again, I appreciate the late hour, and let me ask you. So I want to go through a couple things. Now, I'd like to discuss a couple things in the community just quickly, and then a personal questions, if I may. That may address things. So in the community, we need to replace a lot of growth that is now since the Woolsey fire. And we need to replace with the city of Calabasas and replace, and we're very involved with them. And I don't want to create a whole crazy conversation here, but while we started the conversation about changing some of our hillside plants, in the process of doing that, now we're hearing we have to change irrigation. And if we plant, let's say now, at this time of year, and then our seedlings won't do well, yet we're still heading into fire season. It's this crazy, tumultuous situation. We need to protect for fire hazard and also obviously protect, and we want to conserve on water. We want to do both, but we want to protect our community. I don't know who can answer these questions. And I do know our city we're very vested in chatting with them, but I'd like to hear as a homeowner, what y'all recommend.
Hey, John, I know you're kind of like, more of like a fire, you're a little bit more hip with the fire stuff. Would you mind trying to address that?
Yeah, sure. Right now, we're only allocated certain amount for indoor use and a very limited amount, once per week for irrigation. We're actively communicating with our wholesaler Metropolitan and with the state to let them know the need for fire safety water. So we're working with our neighboring agencies, and we're hoping that with support like people from you, we will convince the state that bring us additional water to keep vegetation alive through our fire season. So we're actively working on that in addition to working with you on water conservation. We'll bring additional water to our service area.
So John, thank you for that. But my question really is, if we are planting new seedlings who require some TLC, are we going to provide for perhaps a one-off? Because the fire hazard, I think, far outweighs, and I'm doing everything personally. That's another question about, I'm talking about a community, not just my own property, but we have to protect a community for a fire hazard. And we can't do that unless we remove some of the dangerous woody plants and put in more drought tolerant and fire resistant plants that require watering in order for their sustainability. Otherwise, we're just going to have dirt. And maybe that's what we have to have if that's the answer.
Cheryl, you bring up a lot of your questions are really complex and a little bit challenging. I think it might be better served to have this conversation offline, and we could spend more time answering them in depth and maybe get to an answer that makes sense. Would you mind maybe reaching out, or I don't know if there's Ursula, maybe you would have a way to reach out to Cheryl, or get her information from her account, and we could reach out to her and talk to her about these questions that she has. Would that be possible?
Cheryl, is your name on the account?
My name is on the account.
Okay.
And then I also work with the city of Calabasas. So I have a relationship with them as well on behalf of myself and our HOA.
Okay, I will get your contact information.
Great. Okay, I'll look forward to that. So let's move on from that. Now,
well, Cheryl, I'm sorry. We probably need to move on. We're trying to keep everything to about a 2-minute limit, and we need to move on because we still have some other people. But that's why I was thinking that we could talk offline to answer all of your questions.
Oh, well, those were more community questions. So may I just ask you about my personal property very quickly?
Go ahead. Yes.
I'll make it quick.
Okay.
So I have in the last 2 years put in low flush, new washer dryers. I've done everything, in the community, whatever I can. I have low drip. I'm really doing everything I can. I need to know a contact, and I think it may be on the Zoom call. It doesn't show who Dave is the contact for, if he's with Las Virgenes Water District, and or if that's the person I need to call for a one-off exception for something I need to do in the community, if in my own home.
There you are, Dave.
Yeah, Cheryl, I work for Las Virgenes, so you can give me
Okay.
a call and we can chat some more. I'd be happy to help out and see what we can do.
Yeah, well, you may get a lot of calls tomorrow, so I'll I may hold off, but I have a one-off that I need to work on. I don't need to share it with the whole community, but thank you very much. I think you all are doing a great job. This is a very important and difficult situation, but we all, as a state and as a country, we all need to pull together and help each other to protect our livelihoods. And it's very important. So I greatly appreciate your time, gentlemen.
Thank you, Cheryl. We appreciate everything and your commitment to water conservation into our communities. Thank you very much. Dave, if my estimation is you're going to at least have 4 calls tomorrow. Is Dora there? Dora Jimenez? Dora, if you're there, can you unmute yourself? Okay, we will come back to Dora if she's still there. Okay, let's move on to Saran. Saran, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for taking my call. I was ready to sleep at this point. So
thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, but I really appreciate it. To be honest, I listen to so many people, and I'm a bit obviously disappointed to know how unprepared we are, having so many years of dealing with this drought situation. And it's so easy always to obviously turn to climate change. Even climate change has been around for so many years. It just boils down that we are just not prepared. Of course, we're not pointing fingers. I think ultimately everybody's responsible. And as a community, I really appreciate a comment before. It was actually kind of my comment that, my point is what's missing is specific strategies. And I feel like we've talked about a few of them, but even they are half-baked in a sense, like this whole recycled water, desalination, that, the ocean, utilizing ocean water. There are a lot of opportunities out there. However, I feel like we haven't really thought to utilize any of them. And, I really like the idea that we are going to create this water committee, whatever you call it. And I believe that as a community member, I'd like to be involved. In my opinion, more business savvy people get involved, represent our communities. I think we need a long-term solution. I think that's why I'm going down with this, because I don't want to continue seeing that this is going to continue. We're going to end up with more droughts. But, me as a consumer, I'm going to end up on the short end of the stick. And I'm going to end up, absorbing the inconvenience and the pain. After creating such a nice environment and my grass. I mean, I love my grass. I would hate to see it die. And I do also agree with, there was a very nice gentleman, his name was Stephen. And Stephen made an important point, and I wholeheartedly agree with that, that this, creating 1 day, 2 days, water this or that. I think simplifying the solution and making it 50%, it's going to really make everybody's life easy. Let us determine and decide what we want to water or not. And I think overall, it's going to also give us the freedom in our own house to make that determination. So I really strongly agree, and that was one of my points. And one other point I have two more points I wanted to make. I did not appreciate, I don't know who that was, but mentioned something about, we want people to go each other's houses and call us and tell us, kind of police on each other. I thought it was a poor comment. I don't know who made that, but I hope that will not happen. We should not start policing each other. And one more other comment I had, I thought we had water coming from San Francisco. And at some point we heard that there was a problem with that water coming. It was dumping into the ocean. Can somebody tell us what the status is? Was it fixed, or it's still a problematic?
I don't know, Dave, do you know what she's referring to about water coming from San Fran?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think I might know what you're referring to. And I just want to acknowledge the comments you made. And I think they were all very good comments.
Yeah.
And we will certainly take them to heart. And I certainly don't want to be doing another one of these town hall meetings in a future drought. And so I agree with you. I think you might be referring to water that comes from the Northern Sierra down into the Sacramento, San Joaquin Bay Delta, and then eventually flows out to the ocean.
Yeah.
And so, I'll just say it's a very complex system. And, there are a variety of challenges, and one of them is maintaining this salinity balance in the Delta. So there's saltwater and freshwater mixing, and the saltwater begins to move inward and then begins to get picked up by our pumps. And so it's a complicated system. It's a delicate balance. And there's no doubt that there's some improvements that need to be made there, including potentially what is called the Delta conveyance that will move water through and underneath the Delta and bring it to us in Southern California. So
because it has been quiet for a few years that the water is coming, but instead of us receiving that water, it's actually being dumped into the ocean. Listen, again, nobody's finger pointing here. I think we're all in this together. It seems to me as being part of your community, our community, we're together. We are sort of like short-sighted as far as what tomorrow can bring, and we have a lot of lost opportunities that are just looking at us, and we're not doing anything about it. It's a waste, and it's unfortunate that living in California, once again, I am a strong believer that having strong strategies, we've seen this drought before. We've been here before. We've been talking about climate change and all these things for years, and yet we're unprepared. So please include me in your committee, please. I would like to be involved. It's my community, and we're together, and I'd like to be part of the solution, if I may.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your comments and your approach and wanting to help. And I would love to talk more with you about some of the long-term strategies, including managing the Delta and how to move water better.
Thank you very much, David. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And thanks for hanging on and sharing your thoughts with us. We appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Sure. All right. We have a few more to go. Is Marianne there?
I'm here.
Hi. Thanks for hanging on.
I have had a lot of my questions answered. I did have a question about the lady that called, that spoke about splitting her 8 minutes, 4 minutes in the morning and 4 at 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
So she answered part of that because we went to DRIP last year. The other question that I had though is, and I wasn't clear on, I think you covered it, but I didn't quite get it. If we have 3 different zones, is it 8 minutes spread out between those 3 zones, or is it 8 minutes per zone?
It's 8 minutes per zone.
Each
one.
zone gets 8 minutes.
Okay, and then the last thing is I just have a statement, which is you all just, thank you so much for doing this. And it is so late. I don't know how you're keeping your composure. I just have nothing but respect and admiration for how you've handled this call. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne. That means a lot to us. We really appreciate that.
Of course. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Okay, and Marty, you still there? Marty, you there? If you are, can you unmute yourself? Okay.
Just give a sec, because sometimes it takes a minute to find the unmute button.
All right. If you're there, Marty, we're waiting for you. Oh, maybe we'll come back to Marty. How about that?
Okay.
Okay. We'll go to Morgan. Morgan, are you happen to be there?
Yeah, I do. Thanks. I'll try and keep this as quick as possible. First of all, I think there was a lot of incredible comments and resources. I've been trying to take notes. I don't know if you guys plan to do this at an FAQ, but boy, if there were any links that we could use as resources later on, that'd be great for any of the companies or solutions that were put out there. I don't know if that's your responsibility, but that would be one really helpful way to aggregate all the information. The other thing is I wanted to go back. I wasn't quite sure if this was answered. So we live on we back up to a green space where a few years ago during the Woolly fires, they came right up to the fence. It's quite a bit of an area that we have a responsibility to keep watered or at least moist for this fire prevention. I'm sorry if you answered this before, but what's the solution for that? Other than going and making sure that we've got low flow sprinkler heads. We can't go to drip irrigation across that because we've got 100-foot pine trees. That drip irrigation doesn't even work on those. Their roots are so deep that they really need something that's going to give them a bit more water. It's a waste for drip irrigation in that situation. So I wonder if it was already answered. Maybe if you can just give me a quick response again, or if it wasn't covered, what do you do for folks like us who are responsible for these areas to help protect against the fires?
Yeah, that's a very unique situation. I don't know, Dave, do you have a direct answer for that? And if not, then I don't know if John does. And I know that Dave Roberts may have a couple of comments on how to best suit to water those giant pine trees. John, do you have an answer for Morgan?
Yeah, we're actively working with the state, try to get additional water supplies for customer like you who's bordering open space, because by protecting the irrigated area, you're protecting the community behind you. So we wanted to ask the state to provide us additional supply to take care of their needs. We call that fire safety water. So we are working with the state on that. In terms of how to keep the slope irrigated and also live within the budget. And we do provide budget for your efficient irrigation of your irrigated area. And if you need some expertise, Dave Roberts is the one to talk to. So I feel that if we take into account your irrigated area, you have a budget to irrigate that area.
Okay,
Dave,
so Dave,
go ahead, Morgan. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Dave would be I feel like Dave, boy, you all have some real follow-ups here. I don't want to pile on, but I also want to be a good steward of what we're trying to accomplish here. I've already changed everything over from, high watering plants to drip irrigation. It's just this slope that really is a concern. And we are one of the houses that are around the border of this 52 home community. So we do have a bit of a responsibility for everyone. And I want to make sure that we're responsible, but not being penalized for it.
Yeah, Morgan, I could just add real quick, as John mentioned, you should have some allocation within your budget for that type of situation. If your trees are large, then you probably could get away with watering them every couple of weeks. I would recommend using a soaker hose and slowly soaking the water into below the canopy line of the tree. We're actually going to be putting together some guidance documents on this, and then also providing some additional links to help folks to better understand what the watering demands are for their trees and how best to provide that water for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to switch over to those Hunter. I think they use about 25% less water as far as the sprinkler heads themselves. I was going to try and go to that instead of those pivoting sprinkler heads that kind of tick, 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 tick along and waste a lot of water. So we're going to try and do what we can there. But yeah, any other guidance is great. And maybe I'll call in to make sure I've got that allocation for that on our bill. So we're not, so that's taken into consideration.
Okay. And then I would just add real quick, Morgan, that SoCalWatersmart.com does have rebates for low flow efficient sprinkler heads as well.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm actually taking advantage of that. So now it's just a matter of figuring out how to change them over.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Morgan. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you. Okay. We have, is Raya happen to be still on the call with us? And if you are, you want to, yeah, there we go.
You hear me? Can you
Yes, yes. Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Hi.
Hi. I've been waiting here for 4 hours, but you're here also 4 hours. So, but I figured out that it's worth the wait because I thought I have something very important that I wanted to say. It is what I did not hear you say, and I really wanted to appreciate that you personally, the individuals that were sitting here today, did everything they can and spent all the time to satisfy the questions that came from the audience or from the clients. The point that I see is not talked about much, but was mentioned few times. And actually, I'd like to make a comment relative to Mike McNutt, who said that desalinization is a solution of last resort. And I'd like to suggest that the problems that we are suffering from have been around now for years. And most of us, I'm one of them, did everything was asked of to change irrigations, to change everything possible. And yet, a few years later, you're coming and asking for another adjustment. And I think that what we're failing to see as a community, and what I was hoping to hear is you as leaders could really say, the time has come to make a major change, not just further conservation, not further cutting drip here or drip there, because that's not going to move us into some positive ground. The problem is that we are not looking at solutions that other people found around the world. Climate change is a beautiful statement. It's beautiful to rely on, maybe not to do anything, but there are other areas in the world that are a lot more arid than this area. And I can name two of them that solve the problem entirely. One of them is Israel, and the other one is Saudi Arabia. Those people live in a climate change, and all of us know, very dry, very arid. Yet they found the only solution that's possible, which is desalinization. And it's true that it costs energy, and it's true that it may impact the coastline. But it's also true that when you have millions of people living in an area, you cannot just conduct life by conservation. Conservation will lead you to nothing. You'll have no land, you'll have no agriculture, you'll have nothing. And I'm sorry to be the one who's saying that, but I think time is way past the time where we could still discuss it and figure it out and fight over political issues. The time is now to find the radical solutions. And I would be totally ecstatic if I heard you, the leaders, instead of spending $250 million for pure water project that has a very limited capacity. All it can do is process the water that you give it, but you're not producing new water. Yet this state gets millions and millions of people more than what she had 50 years ago when the water project was built. I think it's time to shake the system and for you to start thinking real original, real aggressive to solve the problem, not just to add another, Band-Aid or something to the solution. So I waited 4 hours and I'm glad that you gave me the opportunity, and I really appreciate your effort because you did spend the 4 hours too. But I think that it's time for us not to think how to solve a particular sprinkler system, but how to solve this system in a fundamental, major way. And I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And maybe I'll just respond really briefly, but I definitely hear you. And I think the point is we need to think more boldly about how we manage water. And I'll just add, there is a group that we've joined called Solve the Water Crisis. And there's a group that actually shares your thinking that we focus too much and entirely on conservation, and that we need to be thinking about developing new water in the West. And your perspective, you're not alone. People across California are feeling frustrated that we have not invested in water. And it's not just in our area, it's in Southern California and the Central Valley, even in Arizona and other states. And so we need to think bigger about how we invest in water, and we need to be considering all the options and advancing them all.
And I think, I wish, I hear you, and I know that you're operating under a lot of limitations, political and other, and different people pulling in the different directions. But I think it's time for us historically and to really delve in and come up with solutions that will not require us to think about the next sprinkler to replace. Appreciate your answer and appreciate you, and I'm sure that you know what I'm talking about. And by the way, I just want to say something I should have said at the beginning. I've been educated on the water situation for years now. Took some trips with you to the north and to see how things work and how the water flows from one direction to the other. And I'm aware that Northern California does not like Southern California and so forth and so on. But we need to operate as a state. And whether it's the entire Western United States or California, we need to operate as a state, because water is not something that we can, I don't know, just take it easy with.
Yes, thank you so much for staying with us. And like Dave said, we really appreciate your sentiments, being bold and aggressive with coming up for long-term solutions like this, other than kind of going to the default of conservation. And we hear you loud and clear. This is a great message. And again, we really appreciate you spending this time and waiting for 4 hours to have the opportunity to speak with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. We have a couple of more. Is Reed there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Hi. Thanks for waiting all this time. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for doing this, guys. It's very interesting to hear the perspective. I kind of agree with the last caller. I mean, I think, there needs to be a little bit more focus on finding more supply. I really just had a couple of comments and questions or recommendations. I've over the last 3 months going through the reviewing my bill and making sure that I stayed within the 150% of the budget. I'm glad to hear that you guys are actually going to put a real budget on the bill as opposed to a range, because that made it virtually impossible to try to, at least figure out what your target was. But I think it maybe needs to be broader than that. Can you not provide, because I've called the office a couple of times and I don't really know how the budget is set. Nobody has been able to really convey that, what your budget is from month to month. And obviously it has something to do with the weather and the seasonality and that type of thing. But can you provide more broadly what a household budget is, maybe month by month? Again, I just think it would be helpful if you're trying to get people to conserve and pull back on the usage of water, if you know what your targets more accurately are. And then the second question I have, and it maybe not so much to desalinization, but I did hear that the reason that we're at 1 day of watering is because Las Virgenes doesn't have the access to groundwater. It doesn't have access maybe to other sources of water like the Colorado River aqueduct system or the California aqueduct. So my question is, what are you guys doing to try to secure additional sources of water for Las Virgenes as opposed to just the state project? I mean, and I may be wrong, but it sounds like we only have one source of water. Is it not possible to aggressively pursue more sources of water for your water district, for us? Because certainly, we have the resources as, this community, the communities you support are very affluent communities. Don't we have the resources to try to do that? Yeah. Good point. And that is a weakness we have, that we're so reliant on the state water project, but we're a member agency of the Metropolitan Water District, and they do have access, and they own the Colorado River Aqueduct. And so we are working with Metropolitan to have better connectivity to that supply. And it's an infrastructure issue. We need pumping capacity where that water can be moved from the LA Basin up through the Sepulveda Pass and to us. And in fact, even next week, we have a group of us that are going to be taking a tour with our Metropolitan Director to actually look at those facilities and what's needed to move that water to us. Perfect. Thank you. And the final thing I would say is hopefully you can address the gray or purple water situation, because I think for many people, I think somebody said this before, and I'll make it very brief, but I live in a community, a neighborhood with several houses, smaller lot sizes. I think it's fairly unfeasible for me to pick up 350 gallons of water and then try to set it out on my lawn. I just don't know that that's a real viable option. And if there's ways to secure additional sources of water for your district, for us, I think that's a high priority, and hopefully you can do something about that. But anyway, thank you for having the call and appreciate all your efforts.
Thanks, Reed. That means a lot to us, and we appreciate your comments. Those some great comments. Dave, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just saying thank you.
No, very good. Thanks, Reed. All right, we have we are the third. Carol, Carol, are you there?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Am I the last one?
You are, no, it looks like we got one other hand up, so you're almost the last one.
Okay, well, I want to say I appreciate everything you've said. A lot of good information, and hanging in there for all this time. That's pretty amazing. I have just a couple of things that I wanted to go over. I didn't know if, one, we lost our home in the Woolsey fire. We lost our entire home, our whole landscape. We built our home 30 years ago, And anyway, we lost everything. So, but we have rebuilt our home, and we are in the process of rebuilding our landscape. That was like before, but only it's mostly all drip. I mean, and except for the grass is sprinklers, and there's a little area that, or an area that's with jasmine that is sprinklers as well. Because all these plants are new and they need to get established, are you making any exceptions for this area? And also, just so you know, I live in the unincorporated area of Malibu in the Santa Monica Mountains. I too have, mountain behind me that we would like to keep in case of a fire, have some fire safety water. But more than anything, I guess this is kind of personal, and I feel like I shouldn't be maybe not talking, but I've been hanging in there because I've been really trying to conserve the water, and cut it down. But then again, I've just planted stuff, and they're saying that it needs more water. So I guess that's my question, is about how do I go about this, since we're just planted all this, but we planted it under the guidelines of the drip, and it's very efficient, so much more efficient than we had before. But it needs water, and I'm cutting back. Now, I didn't handle water bills, and my husband had a stroke, so I didn't know about all the conserving. So now I'm like on top of it. I'm trying to get all the information to conserve this water. Now, I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know what to do. I've gotten a lot, like I said, a lot of information about the 8 minutes per zone. But then I did have a question about that. Is a zone, if you did it 6 minutes, can you add the rest of the 4 minutes onto another zone? I'm sorry, I'm going on.
No,
but,
Carol,
yeah,
you've gone through a lot recently, and I'm so sorry that you've had to deal with all that hardship. You have a lot of questions. You're taking on a lot of responsibility. I think it sounds like it would be a really good idea, maybe to set up an appointment and have one of our field customer service representatives come out and talk with you and kind of highlight, what you can do on your property. Maybe come out and kind of do an assessment for you. I think that would be a really good, helpful assistance for you. It also sounds like, I know that you're really trying to do the right thing, and we're more than willing and happy to help you make sure that you're doing everything that you can, and also to make sure that your yard, is well taken care of the best as possible, and that you're safe. I ask if Ursula, I know you're still here. If Carol, is your name on the account, or is it still your husband's, or both?
It's still my husband's, but Mark Westcott, he's on the. I have another thing to add.
Of course,
which,
yes.
30 years ago, I didn't know. I didn't take care of this, but the square footage that we the minute after the fire, we rebuilt after the fire in the spring, like May of 2019, we rebuilt the hedge, like a hedge that surrounded our property. And I just continued using, we hooked up the water, they put in a drip, and that's how we did that. But because I just wanted, because we had lost so many trees and everything. So we started with that, with this hedge. And so even I have called the office many times and everyone tries to be helpful. I know it's a long wait because I'm sure by just being in this meeting, there's so many people with questions. So I just assumed my water budget information was correct from 30 years of almost 30 years living there. Well, then when I looked at it and when they said what they were doing and we're doing exactly what the landscape that we had prior to the fire, the landscape area, the square footage is not correct. I've had this square footage and I have pictures from before of the fire and pictures of the after the fire. They wanted me to have a satellite picture. I got a Google picture, but I'm a little overwhelmed. So that was a big thing, is like I have a budget in here that is not correct as well.
Well, Carol, I'm
Yes.
happy to reach out to you tomorrow, and we can work on that and see what we can do to get your budget corrected and send someone out to help you.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
So
We're
much.
happy to help.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Carol. Ursula will be in touch with you, and we'll make sure that we get everything as squared away for you as we can. And we appreciate you staying on for all this time and share your thoughts with us and to tell us what we can do to help you better. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. You guys are to stay this long in a meeting. It's unheard of. I mean, but I know we all want to come up with some good solutions. And hearing everybody, it sounds like you guys are working on that. And I want to get on board as well. I just want to get all this information.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Carol. Have a good night. We'll be in touch.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
All right. We have a couple of more here. Is Nico there? Nico, are you still there?
Yes, hi. Thanks so much for taking my call, and
Thanks
you
for
guys are awesome doing all this. I am so incredibly lost. So I got the low flush toilets put in 1996 or 98, whenever. I got all new appliances. We had the fire damage, of course, from the Woolsey fire, my property. I am Sue McSweeney's neighbor. I've lived in Hong Kong, just recently moved back. I'm primary caregiver for mom who has dementia. We have another home, but I've come back here, and then all of a sudden in the last 3 days, like my water bill went, I'm so confused. You guys, I had put in the ratio years ago. I want to say while I was living in Hong Kong, I happened to be home and got this notice, applied for it. You guys came out, put it in. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know. Not this week, not last week because we were in Utah, but the week before I came, I had a water leak, did not know about it. Pullman let me know, had to replace that valve. Then we had another valve leak, so I had to replace 5 valves. I redid the sprinkler heads. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm lost. I don't know what to do. If I can get somebody to come and assist me, tell me what I'm doing wrong. I just don't know. So I just feel like I'm constantly trying to save my water, save the planet, do all of this stuff, but I just can't seem to be nailing. I'm lost.
It's okay,
Sorry
Nico.
that I'm dumping. I'm so sorry I'm dumping on you guys. I asked Sue doesn't know. We don't know. I don't know what to say.
That's okay, Nico. You're totally fine. We're here to help.
And I went to Calabasas and it's so beautiful. I had my banks over there. So I was like, we just came back from Utah and I was like, oh my gosh, drove down, 3 Springs and I'm like, what the heck? It's ugly. Drove to, and then I had to go to the bank and I was like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Calabasas is beautiful. Westlake looks horrible. What's going on with my world?
Right. I know, Ursula, I think that you wanted to say something.
Yes, I would like to reach out to you tomorrow to talk to you. We do have some leak
Oh,
adjustment
bless
programs
you.
that you might
Bless you.
qualify for. And then we could
Bless you.
also look into getting someone out there to help you with some of your irrigation questions as well.
Well, the thing, I just had all the sprinkler heads, not, like I said, last week I was in Utah, we just got back. And then, but the week before, so I redid all this. I put in total of 6 new valves, all the new sprinkler heads. And now I don't know how my water went up. They're saying I'm over what? I'm like, what did I do? I
Well,
gave my
that's-
mother a longer shower. I don't know what to do.
Well, that's definitely something we can help you with. So I will reach out to you tomorrow and we can.
Bless you,
all that.
Ursula. And so do you have my number and how to contact me?
Is your name on the account?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then yes, I'll be able to get in touch with you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all so very, very much for everything.
Thank you.
What
Absolutely.
you're doing. And I just want to say thanks again.
Thank you, Nico. Craig, did you want to add something?
I was just going to briefly say, I just looked you up on WaterSmart. I wanted to commend you. You've been registered for a year. And I just think at a quick look at your data, I think we can help you out. We can help you quickly and easily. So we'll
Well,
definitely
this
follow
is-
up with you.
Oh, bless you. And this is what it's getting to. I'm so stressed with my, my personal stuff that I have to handle with mom and everything else, that it's like, do I just go back to Utah? I mean, so I'm not using water. And then I'm like, oh man, I haven't enjoyed, I finally just finished getting from the fire damage. Like that other lady said, I'm finally in America long enough that I can fix everything and trying to do everything. And I just don't feel like, I'm sorry, I'm complaining. I'm sorry, I'm being a crybaby. I just don't feel like I can lose to win. And that's what Sue McSweeney said. She says, Nico, you try so hard, nothing's working.
Oh, Nico, let us try to help you take some of that stress off your shoulders.
Oh, bless you. Bless you all. Thank you. I'm going to cry because I just don't know what to do anymore. It's like, okay, I even said to David, I'm like, maybe we should just pack up and leave for Utah as soon as the training is over, and I don't know what to do.
Well, we will help you take one. We will help you find a solution to one of your stresses. There's no doubt about it. And Ursula will be in touch with you tomorrow.
Bless you guys. Thank you so much. And go to bed. Thank you all.
All right, sounds good. Have a
Good
great
night,
night.
everybody.
Okay.
Bless you. Good night. Bye-bye.
Good night. Bye.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
No, you're like Mr. Roboto.
All right.
I'm sorry. Okay. We have Paul. Paul, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, for sure.
Very good. Well, thank you, first of all, for your time and your compassion, all of you. I know it's a late night and hopefully you'll finish up soon and can go have a beer. But I had a couple of things and one question. One, I just as a suggestion, I don't know if this is possible or not, but the caller that called in earlier about filling up their pool, is it possible to fill pools with the recycled water program? I just thought that would be a good solution. I don't know if that's doable or not.
Paul, that's a good question. And the quick answer is no, it's not advisable. But maybe John, are you still on here? Maybe you could touch on that a little bit as to why that would be the case.
So the recycled water is safe for human contact, even gulping. First of all, you probably don't have a recycled water source very close to you, and you have to come all the way to Calabasas to bring it.
Right.
And that's not convenient. And most people use recycled water because they want to keep the tree alive through this emergency period.
Sure.
And I have to haul recycled water on weekly basis because you have to fill your pool weekly. It's just not a very convenient. We recognize that.
Right.
And also the recycled water, we don't have the chlorine residual as the potable water because you wanted to have some chlorine residual to keep the bacteria level down. So that's
Right.
why we don't advise you to fill the pool with recycled water. We would rather see, for health reasons, to fill the pool with potable water.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I'm thinking, I was thinking about this issue. I think we ought to just recommend that pools be filled if they need to be filled. That's,
Yeah.
It's not a huge amount of water in the scheme of things, and I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just a thought that I had. I was just trying to come up with something creative there. The other comment that I have before I ask my question is I'm on the board of my community as well, and I just wanted to point out it's really important for boards, specifically our townhouse association. The water is paid for by the association through our dues. And one of the things that we noticed over the last couple of months is that the number of residents was way off. I guess it was taken, I don't know, 20 years ago or something like that. They had down our community had 36 residents and we had, I think, 56 or something like that. So it was, we had them adjust it. We noticed obviously the sewage part of the bill goes up, but the water, we are now more in compliance than we were by a long shot. So I just want to point that out to other HOAs that are out there. It's important that you look at that and update your numbers if you haven't done so in a while. So and then because of that situation, I was just wondering if there is a good suggestion that you have since our water is covered, through the HOA dues. Is there a tool that we can use? Because we don't have a way to track the amount of water that each individual townhouse is using. So is there a tool that is either inexpensive or maybe through this app that you guys were talking about, so that individual homeowners in this situation could look to see what they're using to better educate themselves?
And I think you're talking about the Water Smart app.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Craig might. Craig, do you have an idea on how to do that?
Yeah, I apologize. I was answering a question in the background. Could you just quickly repeat your question,
It
Paul?
was sort of HOA, and if HOA is master metered and you've got, multiple, multiple residences, how can you monitor your water usage?
Yeah, because I've had a couple of conversations already regarding this. Really, it is challenging without sub-metering, and I don't know if you have more than one account, so you can aggregate those meters together and manage them and see all your budgets in one shot. But as far as and I can walk through it with you as far as looking at the data. But yeah, because it's one meter, it does present a challenge in terms of aggregating and getting granular to individual usage behind that meter, if that's clear.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the answer. I just figured I would ask just to make sure, because we want to, like I said, not use it as a way to punish anyone, but we want to be able to educate people. And if there's certain community members that are using higher water than others, just to be able to have that conversation and say, hey, we're all trying to budget down.
And there are ways in the communication preferences, again, to, establish leak alerts and, even thresholds, daily total thresholds. So if you have, inside knowledge on, when people do things or when your irrigation runs, it's fairly easy to pick that out after you get more familiar with looking at the intelligible data.
Right. And we're able to use that app. Like, I'm a board member, so I have access to our account number and things like that. I'm able to log onto the website using that, even though it's a kind of multi-use community,
Yeah, multifamily account.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Sounds good. We'll look into that. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you again to all of you.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks for spending time with us and for your questions and comments. We appreciate that very much.
Of course.
Cool.
I recognize the next name.
Yes. We have a total of 3 hands up, and we're going to call on our friend Glenn Peterson. Glenn, how are you?
Great. You guys are rock stars. I will tell you that for sure. I mean, you exceeded any Met meeting ever tonight.
Thank you, Glenn.
Great job, guys. Really great job.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn.
And Glenn is our Metropolitan Director for everybody.
Thank you, Glenn.
Okay, we've got a couple
Okay.
more.
Yeah, we got a couple of more here. Peter, are you still with us? Peter, if you, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'll echo Glenn. You know, Ursula, Craig, Dave, John, Mike, and Dave. I think hopefully I'm not missing anyone. You guys are all a class act.
Thank you.
I don't think of the several thousand people who joined, there's anyone who thought you guys would still be answering our questions at 4.5 hours into this. You know, Mike and Dave, I actually think this has gone on so long that your 5 o'clock shadow has grown to a 10 o'clock shadow. So I think you both actually need a shave again. So that speaks to your classiness here. Yeah, so, you know, just look, a couple things, and much of this we all understand is probably beyond the control of our water district, you know, but you guys were nice enough to share some interesting info, Dave, in your earlier comments with, you know, looking at the 1991 to 2000 average annual waterfall of 53.2 inches. And you guys showed 5 of the last 6 years. So I had to look up 2017 and 2018 to see that. But if I look at the last 6 years, we're at 51.1 inches, which is pretty similar to that average you guys were showing. So I do think, in many of the callers spoke to this, as far as, you know, we actually don't have materially different water. Obviously, the last couple of years have been problematic, so we get that. But there's got to be a better way, whether it's California or the district, I don't know, of, you know, in the boom years, just not losing all the water and having it flow to the sea. And how do we store it better? How do we have better reservoirs? Again, I totally understand and respect that much of that has nothing to do with what you can accomplish. You know, but I hope whatever voice you have at the state level will be recognized and appreciated, so that we can make some changes and do a better job of that, because it really doesn't seem like things have changed materially other than the last couple of years, and hopefully we'll be out of it next year. So, you know, and the other thing that I just think probably everyone who's listening to this for most of this will, and I'm sure you guys are hearing too, I'm actually pleasantly, in fact, almost stunned and surprised how much everyone in our neighborhoods are doing towards conservation. Like, so many people, you know, and I'm included in this, that's, you know, putting in drip systems, try to put in smart systems. So I agree with, I think it was Raya earlier. I think you have folks who are perfectly willing to do conservation. We just need to come up with better water supplies. You know, I have no idea the cost of desalination and all the rest, but we got to come up with a better overall plan. And I only ask and request that whatever your impact is at the state level, that both you do what we need to do at the local level to maximize our water, of course, and that whatever you can do to influence change in policy at the state. You know, several people maybe even pointed out the challenges with, we're letting a lot of water divert to the sea, you know, for the Delta smelt and things like that. So all of us are trying to do our fair share, and we just hope the state will do a better job to help us maintain that. So again, thanks to all of you. You guys are superstars.
Thank you, Peter. That means a lot to us. That was some great comments, and we're always working with our elected officials locally and at the state. We're always trying to get, you know, recommendations to them. We listen to our customers, and we definitely convey that information to all of our representatives, and we definitely work quite a bit up in Sacramento to try to get you know, with our customers' best interest at heart. So hearing your comments and all these others has just given us a lot of fuel and a lot of fodder to process and to share. So thank you very much for being here and for sticking out with us.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Cool.
Peter.
Thank you, Peter. And Marty, you there? Is Marty there? I'm wondering if Marty fell asleep with his hand up.
We came this far. We're gonna wait for Marty.
Hello, hello.
Marty, there you are. Marty.
Yeah, I'm not asleep yet. I want to thank everyone for their help, and I'd like to particularly thank Ursula. I've been working with her on some of my issues, being a senior citizen, and she's been very helpful. So I want to give her a personal thanks. I have two questions. One dealing with the fact that eventually my lawn and other things dealing with the landscape is not going to look like it did a year ago. And the board of our HOA may not be happy the way things are, even though they understand there's this specific mandate of reducing watering. And they may want to penalize homeowners in the separate individual HOA. I would like to know what backup or support Las Virgenes can help with the homeowner to communicate with the board that they should be a little bit more lenient when they see lawns not as green as they used to be. So the question there is there any responsibility or support we can get from Las Virgenes when the board comes down hard on the homeowner when things are not looking too good? And of course, the homeowner tries to do everything possible. And obviously, as you get older, it's more difficult to get outside to do gardening, etc. Which brings to the second question. My second question is, what about the fact that when things are not looking too good, and you do everything possible, it seems to me, maybe I misunderstood the comment, that besides the 8 minutes, a homeowner can actually go out with the garden hose over and above the 8 minutes and do specific special watering, like a tree you don't want to lose, so you want to water the tree separately, and you go over your budget. So am I correct to say over and above the 8 minutes I could go outside, which is going to be difficult for me being somewhat disabled, to do hand watering? So those are my two questions. And again, I thank you all for your help. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Marty. I can answer the second one, Dave. Marty, you're correct that you can go out with a hose or a watering can or somebody that can help you, that you can water above and beyond the 8 minutes per irrigation station to make sure that your trees are healthy. That's definitely something you can do. That we consider that an exemption. And Dave, I don't know, did you want to maybe answer Marty's first question? Oh, you're muted, Dave.
Your first question, Marty, was about HOAs, and there is state law that provides protections for homeowners to ensure that you're not penalized for saving water during a drought. And actually, we have a fact sheet that's prepared by the state that what we're planning to do is distribute it to the HOAs. And in fact, we're also planning to get out and talk with the HOAs to be sure they're aware of it and to be sure that they're supporting the effort that we're undertaking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. We appreciate it. Thanks for hanging on for so long. And we're also really happy to hear that you've had such a positive experience working with our staff and especially Ursula.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ursula. Okay, with that, there's no more hands raised. I think that we've potentially answered everybody's question. I guess I could give one more shout out if there's anybody still on the call, which there is. This would be your time to ask a question or share a comment.
And maybe, Mike, this would be a good time if folks think of a question or comment after we close up here, and I think we're close to wrapping up.
Yeah.
The best way to submit that, and also maybe where to access the Q&A that we download from here.
Yeah, for sure. So what we're going to do is, I know that we've answered 500 different questions in the Q&A, and we will be compiling all of those and trying to put them, and look for duplications, and we'll try to compile that into an easy to follow and understandable format. And we will put this on our webpage. So all you're gonna have to really do is go to lvmwd.com, and you'll be able to navigate to that. We'll also put our slide deck presentation that Dave gave, as well as that, and we'll also put a link to this recording as well, if you want to go through that and check this out. I think for comments or questions that people still have, if they want to submit them, I see that Stephen's on. Stephen, did we have them send to you, or are we sending those to Jessica's email address, or what are your thoughts on that?
They can send it to me as spared. It's the same. It's in your, if you registered on Zoom, it would be the contact that the Zoom invitation sent you, and you can send it to me, and we'll be compiling them and routing them to the appropriate staff. And probably by the looks of the incredible participation we had, we'll probably be building a specific web page for the information this webinar gleaned, and I would expect that probably at this point to be early next week.
That sounds good, Stephen. I'm not sure if Marty was raising his hand again, but I do know that Director Casperry has a comment. So Director Casperry, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you there if you'd like to say a comment before we go. Yeah, there we go.
I just want to thank you, Mike. You are, and all of the staff. You guys have done a wonderful job tonight. I think you've shared really straightforward information with our customers to help them understand how they can help themselves and their neighbors at the same time. Thank you, guys. This one is going down in the record books. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Casperry. We appreciate that. And thanks for all your support and leadership.
I think we're going to call this a wrap.
Yeah. So just to kind of some parting thoughts for us. We obviously, everybody's on the call, and if anybody's listening to this after recording, we definitely appreciate everyone's time. I think we talked a lot about it, a lot of different things. We appreciate your comments. We know this isn't going to be easy. We hope that we can all recognize that we're going to go through this together, because that's the only way we're going to be able to do it. We've done this before with the Woolsey fire, and we need to do it again. Our LVMWD Board of Directors will be considering an official action to implement the proposed measures next week on May 17th at 9 a.m. at our board meeting. And with that, I hope everybody has a wonderful evening, and we certainly thank you for attending, and have a great rest of your night and a great rest of your week. Thank you.
Thank you all.